Good morning. My name is Councillor Gord Perks. I'm the chair of the Toronto East York Community Council. The clerk has confirmed that we have quorum present, so I'd like to call meeting 18 to order. Welcome, everybody. Today's meeting is being held with members of council participating both in person and by video conference. City staff are also connecting to the meeting by video conference. As City Hall remains closed to the public continue to participate electronically and can watch the meeting streaming live on YouTube at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. I ask everyone for their patience with any delays and technical issues. The clerk's staff have connected all registered speakers to the meeting by audio. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Toronto East York Community Council page at toronto.ca/council and by clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. Before we begin, I want to remind you about the important health and safety measures we must all follow today. All in-person participants have been seated 2 meters apart. Please stay in your designated seat. Do not change seats or sit in another seat. When entering, exiting, or moving about the room, you must wear a face covering. Sanitation kits have also been provided on desktops. Attendance in the room is limited to only those persons who are required for the meeting. A number of the clerk's audio, visual, and IT staff are with us today, and I thank them for their hard work. Any city officials joining us in person today will be required to maintain physical distance seating. Members, this is a paperless meeting. The city clerk has provided all agenda materials via CMP, the clerk's meeting portal, including any confidential materials. Clerk's IT staff will be available to both in-person and remote participants to help you with any technical issues you may have. I would like to remind staff to keep their microphones muted and their videos turned off unless they need to answer questions or speak to the committee. This will make it easier for me as chair and those watching on YouTube to observe the members as they participate in the debate and vote on items. For those members who are joining us remotely, please keep your microphones muted unless you need to question staff or speak to an item, and ensure that your video is turned on. As part of each agenda item, I will ask members to raise their hand or unmute their microphone if they wish to question staff or to speak to the item. I will then create a speakers list and will call on members when it is their turn to speak. When voting on an item or a motion, I ask that members ensure that they turn on their video if applicable and to raise their hands to indicate their vote. To ensure that I can see all members, I will ask that you keep your hands raised until I have reviewed the members in the room as well as the members who are connected remotely. Members, I want to remind you that whether you are participating in today's meeting in person or remotely, you must still submit and approve your motions by email. The clerk's staff will not be printing motions for your review. If you need to confer with the clerk's staff in the room, you must stay 2 meters apart at all times. Staff are available at teycc@toronto.ca to help with motions. If there are any visiting members of council attending the meeting today, and I see Councillor Bailão and Councillor Bradford here in the room, I encourage you to turn on your video so that I know that you are, I don't need to do that. Okay. Although we are in different locations and meeting remotely today, the Community Council would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississauga of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? I can't see the other members. I see no one indicating a declaration of interest. I need a motion to confirm the minutes from our last 2 meetings held July 16th and July 22nd. Can I have a motion, please? Councillor Bradford, all those in favour, please indicate by raising your hand. Opposed, if any? That carries. Okay, we'll now proceed to our agenda run-through. Today we are beginning at item TE 18.25. I'll give you a moment to find that. That's appointments to Business Improvement Area Boards of Management. Can I have a motion to approve 18.25?
I'd like to hold that, please.
Oh, Councillor Fletcher would like to hold the item?
Yes, and I'd like,
Okay,
to-
that's done.
I'd like to hold that, thank you.
I'm very sorry, Councillor Fletcher, I can't hear you clearly.
You can't hear me say I'd like to hold that?
Okay. We'll go to item TE 18.26, designation of fire routes and amendments to Chapter 880, Fire Routes 20 to Queensway, Roncesvalles Carhouse TTC. I'll move approval. All those in favor? For the remote members, I actually do need you to raise your hands. Opposed? That carries. Item TE 18.28, designation of fire routes and amendment to Chapter 880, Fire Routes. Yes. Oh, sorry. Item 18.27, designation of fire routes and amendment to Chapter 880, Fire Routes, 484 Avenue Road. Councillor Matlow.
I move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Item 18.28, designation of fire routes and amendment to Chapter 880, Fire Routes, 29 Lachelle Boulevard and 1138 Bathurst Street. Councillor Matlow.
I move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Item 18.29, designation of fire routes and amendment to Chapter 880, Fire Routes, 850 Coxwell Avenue. Councillor Fletcher.
Move approval.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Item TE 18.30, designation of fire routes and amendment to Chapter 880, Fire Routes, 400 Greenwood Avenue, 580 Commissioners Street, 1165 Lakeshore Boulevard East, and 1411 Queen Street East. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, these are all TTC locations, and happy to move approval, Mr. Chair.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Item TE 18.31, designation of fire routes and amendment to Chapter 880, Fire Routes, 1627 Danforth Avenue. Councillor Bradford.
I'd like to move the staff recommendations, please.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Item TE 18.32, 3194 3206 Dundas Street West, zoning amendment applications preliminary report. I'll move approval of the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Item TE 18.33, 125R Mill Street, official plan and zoning amendment applications, preliminary report. I'm going to hold that in the chair's name until Councillor Cressy is able to join us, I think at about 10 o'clock. Item TE 18.34, official plan amendment and zoning amendment applications, phases 4 and 5, south of Harvard Street, preliminary report. I'm going to hold that again. Item TE 18.35, 33 to 45 Avenue Road and 136 through 148 Yorkville Avenue, zoning amendment application, preliminary report. Councillor Layton.
Yes, I'll move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Item TE 18.36, 1109 Bathurst Street and 246 through 248 Albany Road, zoning amendment application, preliminary report. Councillor Layton.
I'll move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Item TE 18.37, excuse me, 1200 Bay Street, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application, preliminary report. Councillor Layton.
I will again move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Item TE 18.38, 63 through 91 Montclair Avenue, zoning amendment and rental housing demolition applications, preliminary report. We have speakers on this item, so I'll hold that for deputations. Item TE 18.39, 10 through 32 Raglan Avenue, zoning amendment application, preliminary report. Councillor Matlow. Councillor Matlow, you're still on mute, please. If you could unmute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move it with an amendment to further extend the radius for the notice.
Do you have the motion to extend the radius for notice? Okay. We'll take the amendment and the item together. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Item TE 18.240, 2323 through 2329 Yonge Street, zoning amendment application, preliminary report. Councillor Matlow.
I move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Item TE 18.41, 212 through 218 Dundas Street East and 279.5 George Street, official plan amendment, zoning amendment applications, preliminary report. Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank you very much. I do have a motion that needs to be moved, if the clerks can put that onto the screen, is that we would be scheduling a community consultation meeting by the time this meeting is going to, I apologize, I'm looking at the wrong motion. The motion is on the screen. We'd like to set up a site plan working group in addition to the public consultation meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll take it all together. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Item TE 18.42, Exhibition Place Master Plan Phase 1 Proposals Report. I'm going to hold that for Councillor Cressy. And there are deputants as well, I understand. Item TE 18.43, legal implications that may arise from refusal of construction staging area permits. There is this the one? Yes, there is a
I'd like
confidential.
to hold that item, please.
Yes. And members, I would remind you that there is a confidential attachment which is available through the meeting portal. If you could indicate to me by text or by contacting the clerk staff if you're going to have in-camera questions, that would be quite helpful. Item TE 18.44, construction staging area 2706 through 2730, Dundas Street West, Watkinson Avenue. Okay, I'm going to move approval of the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item TE 18.45, construction staging area 12 through 1221 King Street West. Okay, members, I'm just going to quickly say a word on this one. This is going to be one of the most complex and disruptive construction stagings that we ever have in the City of Toronto. It is the intersection of King and Dufferin, excuse me. And for this, we have buildings going up both on the northeast and the southwest corners. This is the construction staging plan for the southwest corner, and we will have to close a lane of Dufferin either direction for a significant period of time. And we are also going to have to occupy part of the parkland to the south of the site for construction purposes. All this in aid of not having to disrupt the King Roncesvalles streetcar for the duration of the construction. So it's a complicated one. It's a difficult one. There's concern in the community, but staff have done an incredible job of getting us to where we are on this. Originally, we were going to have to close King and Dundas both, and that was just untenable. So with that, I'm going to move the staff advice. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 18.46, construction staging area, 502 Adelaide Street West, 119 through 123 Portland Street. I'm going to hold that for Councillor Cressy. Item TE 18.47, construction staging area 375 through 381 Queen Street West at Peter Street. I'm going to hold that for Councillor Cressy. Item TE 18.48, construction staging area 40 through 58 Widmer Street. I'm going to hold that for Councillor Cressy, who, by the way, is off doing something to keep us all healthy and alive right now with the senior team at the Board of Health. TE 18.49, construction staging area, Phase 2, 1 Bloor Street West, Balmuda Street. Councillor Layton. Oh, there's a deputant on this. My apologies. So we're going to hold that for a deputation. My apologies, members. I'm trying to work off 4 sets of documents here. Item TE 18.50, construction staging area 203 Jarvis Street. Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would like to move a motion. The clerks do have it. One is we'll be replacing the recommendations 1, 2, and 3 provided by staff with an alternative technical recommendation, and also to add an additional clause that will enable us to create a construction management working group that would hopefully meet monthly, bring the stakeholders together to understand the impacts and also to rapidly be able to address the construction impacts as they occur.
Okay, so we'll take the amendment and the item together. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Item TE 18.51, construction staging area, TTC Easier Access Program, Donlan Station, Phase 1A and 1B. Councillor Fletcher.
Approval.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Item TE 18.52, traffic safety review, Broadview Avenue at Arundel Avenue, Broadview at Danforth Avenue, and Broadview Transit Station. Councillor Fletcher.
Hold, please.
Okay. Item TE 18.53, commercial loading zone, John Street. I'll hold that for Councillor Cressy. Item TE 18.54, accessible loading zone, Jarvis Street. Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank you very much. I would just like to move the recommendations in the staff report.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Item TE 18.55, accessible loading zone, Main Street. Councillor Bradford.
Thank you very much. I'd like to move the staff recommendations, please.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Item TE 18.56, accessible loading zone, Kingston Road. Councillor Bradford.
I'd like to move the staff recommendations, please.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Item TE 18.57, installation, removal of on-street accessible parking spaces, July through August of 2020, delegated. I have a motion. Councillor Bailão. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Item TE 18.58, parking amendments, Melville Avenue between Shaw Street and Christie Street. Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I need to defer this for one cycle to the October meeting.
On a motion to defer this to the October meeting, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Item TE 18.59, parking amendments, Kingston Road. Councillor Bradford?
Thank you. I'd like to move the staff recommendations, please.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Item TE 18.60, parking amendments, Ventnor Avenue and Rumney Road. Councillor Bradford?
I'd like to move the staff recommendations, please.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Excuse me. Item TE 18.61, car share vehicle parking areas, Emily Street and Bastion Street. I'll hold that for Councillor Cressy. Item TE 18.62, realignment of permit parking area 3D to exclude the development located at 1779 St. Clair Avenue West. Councillor Bailao.
Approve recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Item TE 18.63, extension of permit parking hours, Booth Avenue. Councillor Fletcher?
Move the recommendations, please.
On the recommendations, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item TE 18.64, introduction of overnight on-street permit parking, streets in wards 4, 9, and 14, delegated. I have an amendment on this item. Oh, sorry, pardon me?
I just have a couple questions on how this is
Oh, okay.
communicated.
We'll hold that item in
Should
Councillor
be further.
Bailao's name for questions of staff. Item TE 18.65, introduction of overnight on-street permit parking, streets in Ward 4, 9, and 14, non-delegated. You have questions on this one as well? They're related, we'll hold them both? Okay. Item TE 18.66, proposed installation of traffic control signals, Dufferin Street and Geary Avenue. Councillor Bailao.
Approve recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item TE 18.67, compulsory stop controls, Keystone Avenue at Cedarvale Avenue and Ethelwyn Avenue at Cedarvale Avenue. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks very much. I'd like to move the staff recommendations, please.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Item TE 18.68, traffic calming, speed humps, Harrison Street. Councillor Layton.
Yes, I'd like to move ahead with the poll. Should be a motion to that effect.
Okay, so this strikes and replaces the staff recommendation. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Item TE 18.69, traffic calming, speed humps, Lippincott Street. Councillor Layton.
I'd like to move approval of the speed humps on Lippincott, please.
Okay, on Councillor Layton's motion to... That's what the first part says. Is that not? Councillor Layton, just to be precise, you said verbally that you wanted to approve the speed humps, but this is to poll for the speed humps. Is your intention to poll?
My understanding, I'll hold that down then. My understanding is my staff had a motion to move ahead with the installation, but
Okay. Thank you
Let me
very
check
much
on
to the ever alert clerk staff for catching that. I didn't catch
you.
it. You really are the best at it. Okay, so we'll hold that in Councillor Layton's name. Item TE 18.70, traffic calming speed humps, Spruce Street. Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank you very much. I'd like to move the recommendations in the staff report, and to that, we celebrate the little victories where we can. 2 additional speed humps on Spruce Street, and a big thank you to staff for going out to do this work.
All in favor of celebrating the small victories? All those opposed? That carries. Item TE 18.71, realignment of permit parking on Birch Avenue to exclude the development address of 26 through 40 Birch Avenue. Councillor Matlow.
I move it.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Item TE 18.72, realignment of permit parking area 9A to include all of the permit areas north of Danforth Avenue within Ward 19. Councillor Bradford?
Thanks very much. I'd like to move the recommendations in my letter.
All those in favor of the recommendations in the letter? Opposed, if any? That carries. Now, I believe that concludes our rundown. So I need a motion to introduce new business items 18.73 through 18.89. Councillor Bradford?
So moved.
I got Councillor Bradford first. He's in the room. He got dibs. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay. Do we want to do the run through of the ones we just added? Yeah. Members, I'm going to suggest that we continue the rundown and we do the items that we just added because they were circulated, if that's okay with you. So I'm going to continue. 18.73, parking amendments, Beatty Avenue and Wilson Park Road. I'd like to move the recommendations contained in my letter. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Item TE 18.74, all-way stop control, St. Helens Avenue and Lumbervale Avenue. Councillor Bailão.
Move the recommendations in the letter.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item TE 18.75, parking amendments, Abel Street.
Move recommendations in the letter.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item TE 18.76, parking amendments, Ernest Avenue.
Move recommendations in the letter.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item TE 18.77, traffic calming speed humps, Rosethorn Avenue between Rogers Road and Rockwell Avenue. Councillor Bailão.
I actually have questions of staff with regarding to the polling.
Okay, we'll hold that for questions. Item TE 18.78, turn prohibitions, Bloor Street West and Perth Avenue. Councillor Bailão.
Move recommendations in the letter.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Your staff have been very busy this month. Item TE 18.79, I'll hold that for Councillor Cressy. Item TE 18.80, turn prohibition driveway access at number 45 Bay Street, CIBC Square. I'll hold that for Councillor Cressy. Item TE 18.81, parking amendments, Dale Avenue. Councillor Layton.
I'll move the recommendations in my letter.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item TE 18.82, all-way stop control, McPherson Avenue and Madison Avenue. Councillor Matlow.
I'm sorry, would you mind just repeating the item number, Mr. Chair?
It's 18.82, all-way stop control, McPherson Avenue and Madison Avenue. It's a letter you submitted to the committee.
Oh, yeah, no, of course, yeah, no, thank you. Of course, I move the letter, the recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item TE 18.83, parking amendments, Russell Hill Road and Bolton Drive. Councillor Matlow.
I move in support.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Item TE 18.84, traffic calming speed humps, Cottingham Street between Avenue Road and Gange Avenue. Councillor Matlow.
Well, I'm going to move it, but I also, I'd like an opportunity to ask a question to staff as well.
Okay, so we'll hold that for questions of staff.
Okay.
Item TE 18.85, improving Breadalbane Street by making it greener and safer. Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move the recommendations contained.
Councillor Wong Tam, if I might, I'm having a very difficult time hearing you.
Sorry, I'll try to speak directly into the microphone. I would like to move the recommendations in the letter.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 18.86, underpass park community safety improvements. Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much. I would like to move the recommendations contained in my letter.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 18.87, Greenwood Avenue traffic safety. Councillor Fletcher.
I'd like to move those recommendations, Mr. Chair.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 18.88, request for all-way stop control at the intersection of St. John's Road and Willard Avenue. I'm going to move the recommendations in my letter. All those in favor, opposed, that carried. Item TE 18.89, parking amendments, Sousa Mendez Street. Councillor Bailao.
Move recommendations in the letter.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Okay, well done, everybody. That takes us to the first of the timed items, item TE 18.81, naming of an existing, oh, I see Councillor Cressy's with us. Welcome, Councillor Cressy. Councillor Cressy.
My sincere apologies, Mr. Chair.
No, you were doing important work. We all appreciate it. Councillor Cressy, I held all items for your ward. I'll find a moment that's convenient in the agenda, perhaps after we've done some of the timed item that people are waiting to speak to go through those with you. Okay?
Thanks, Thomas.
Item TE 18.1, naming of an existing public lane north of Barton Avenue, extending between Pendrith Lane and Willow Vale Lane. Are there any members of the public who registered to speak to this? I don't see any. Public notice has been given. And Councillor Layton, I believe this is yours.
Yes, I'll move the recommendation in the report and thank the community for bringing forward in recognition of both a local and international hero and frontline worker in our healthcare system.
Thank you very much. If I could ask the AV staff, I am having an awful lot of trouble hearing members who are connected remotely. Their voices are very faint. If we could, yeah, okay. It's probably my ears, not your system, but that's, oh well. Okay, so on Councillor Layton's motion, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 18.2, naming of an existing public lane west of Spadina Road extending between Bantry Avenue and Heath Street West. I don't see any listed deputants to the item. Councillor Matlow.
I move in support.
All those in favor, opposed, that carries. Item TE 18.3, 64 through 86 Bathurst Street, zoning amendment and rental housing demolition applications final report. I do have two listed deputants. First, I have Mike Foderick. Mike, are you with us?
I am there. Hello, sir. Hello, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the chance to speak to you, and I'll be brief. I'm the lawyer for the applicant agency Bathurst Street LP, and I just want to, in particular, thank staff for their help to get us to this point. Mladen and Linda McDonald from City Planning in particular, and I think, although I'm going to miss a whole bunch of people who deserve thanks, I think also Allison Smith and Deanna Chorney from Housing deserve special thanks as well. The project is 17 stories. It's a mixed-use project. It's on the west side of Bathurst, South King. 307 rental units, substantial office component. There's a rental replacement component in there as well. And, as you can see in the report, a significant Section 37 package. The report speaks for itself, and we're obviously supportive and appreciative for the recommendation. So I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Do any members have questions for the deputy? No. Next, I have Alexandra Kazam. Alexandra, are you with us? If you could make sure you're unmuted, Alexandra. Alexandra, can you indicate if you can hear me, please? Alexandra is the only other listed deputant. So going once, going twice. Okay, I'm afraid we're going to have to move on. Members, you'll note that there is also a report here, 3A, and we're going to consider them together. Item 3A actually amends item 3.
We can put up we did a motion for supplementary recommendations.
I'll take Councillor Cressy's direction here.
Okay.
Councillor Cressy, how would you like to proceed?
So when it's time for me to speak, I will be moving the staff recommendations, and so I understand that item 3A amends and incorporates those.
Yes, so you would have to move the supplementary 3A as well.
Yes.
Okay, you'll be doing
correct.
that. Great. Okay,
Yes.
the floor is yours.
Well, thank you. And so let me on that note begin by moving the recommendations, including the recommendations in the supplementary as noted there in 3A. I'll begin by thanking city staff in planning, in particular, Mladen and Lyndon McDonald, the applicant, and the local community on both sides of Bathurst here. This is a 17-story mixed-use project, and it's one that has undergone a good process of engagement, both prior to submission and after. And as a result, we've seen refinements and changes to improve it, to improve the building itself, but also to improve its context in the neighborhood. Changes such as ensuring the shadow is taken off historic Victoria Memorial, some appropriate internal loading to ensure that townhouses to the west are more in keeping with the project. And of course, there is a significant community benefit associated with this, as always in Ward 10, focused on equity and livability, in this case, specifically affordable housing and significant investments in green space in the public realm. And so this has been a good process. It's a good mixed-use project, and I'm happy to move the recommendations from staff here in front of us. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the mover? Anyone else to speak? Seeing none, on Councillor Cressy's motion to move the supplementary and the staff report, all those in favour? Opposed? That carries. Oh, I did the wrong thing. I seem to be missing a page. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Are there, yeah, I don't have, oh no, there we go. I've got it, my fault. Okay. Now that my bumbling incompetent clown show is complete, we'll move to item TE 18.4, 125, the Esplanade, city-initiated rezoning, extension of temporary use bylaw, final report. Are there any questions of staff? Seeing none, Councillor Cressy.
I'll move the staff recommendations. This is the second and hopefully last extension for the temporary use bylaw for the St. Lawrence Farmers Market South. And I say second and hopefully last because the North Market building is underway. And so looking forward to that opening and this temporary use bylaw coming to an end.
Thank you very much. Questions of the mover? No. Anyone else to speak? No. With thanks and congratulations to everyone who's been working on this. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 18.5, 117 through 119 St. George Street, zoning amendment application, final report. I have a deputant listed, Mike Dror from Bousfields Inc. Mike, are you with us?
I am, and good morning, Mr. Chair and Community Council. Planner from the University of Toronto with respect to these properties. And I'm registered to speak, just in case if there's any questions from Community Council. But I will also confirm that the University is fully supportive of these recommendations to approve the rezoning application. And we're also fully supportive of the staff and Toronto Preservation Board recommendations in item 18.8 with respect to designating the property under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act and allowing operations and entering into a heritage easement. I'll take the opportunity quickly just to add that the proposed 6-story academic addition to Wordsworth College will be a contextually appropriate development that would fully comply with the proposed updated University of Toronto secondary plan. It would activate the lane to the south of the building with new glazing, entrances, and landscaping. It would retain a majority of the buildings on site, including the front door space of the college along St. George Street. The building set well back from St. George Street to respect the heritage building along the street, and will also fully preserve the quasi-public space, which is the internal courtyard on the site. The proposal is a culmination of a very collaborative process with city staff, the surrounding community, and the University of Toronto community. And I'll single out Paul Johnson for all your hard work and bringing us to where we are today. And I'll just end again reiterating that we are fully supportive of the staff recommendations in both this item and item 18.8. Happy to answer any questions you might have on the matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, that was the only deputant I had listed on the item. Are there any questions of staff? No? Councillor Layton.
Yes, I'll move the staff recommendations and reiterate some of the points that were brought up about how good the process has been on this item and how contextually relevant they made the development proposal within the context of the old University of Toronto campus.
Okay, questions of the mover? I don't see any. Anyone else to speak? I don't see anyone. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Item TE 18.6, 176 through 178 Front Street East and 33 Sherbourne Street, zoning amendment application final report. I do have deputants listed. First, Adam Brown. Adam, are you with us?
I am, Mr. Chairman.
Adam, you know the drill. You've got 5 minutes.
So I'm going to be very brief because Ralph, who's the architect on the project, can take you through some of the details. There was a handout that was provided to you, and I will simply say this has been just shy of a 2-year process that's gone extremely well. I thank Heritage staff, Paul Maca, Joe Mueller. I also thank Henry and David and Linda in planning. There's been significant revisions to the proposal, both in the architectural style, the setbacks, elimination of balconies, and other important changes, including the retention of heritage facades on Sherbourne and Front Street. And then finally, I thank the council for working with us also to achieve the Section 37 benefits that are in your supplemental report that we've agreed to. So it's all in all been a good process. And I'll turn it over to Ralph, because Ralph can then take you through in the presentation that was sent around to you just some of the architectural highlights if you'd like to see those.
Thank you. Any questions of Adam? No, seeing none. Ralph Giannoni. Ralph, you've got 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the time. I'll be really quick. You have the actual package in front of you, so I'll really be brief and kind of just give a quick overview. We are very excited about our approach to this project and really happy that, with the process that we've gone to, meeting with city staff diligently over the last 2 years to basically modify and improve, I think, the design. We are clearly in the downtown and central waterfront in a regeneration area at the northeast corner of Sherbourne and Front. And there's a site plan on page 6 that really shows really kind of surgical working of the plan and the massing to really adjust to both the city's ambitions as well as working at what I think is an improved plan for the final building. We have a setback on the north side of 12.5 meters to the center line of Abbey Lane. We've adjusted the building footprint to try to create a most compact footprint as possible, really kind of looking at ways to delete balconies, projecting balconies on the east and west side to minimize the massing of the tower. We've reduced the tower size down to the required 750 square meters, increased setbacks, and most importantly, the design really started by taking its clues from 2 heritage buildings located on the site and really embracing that 2-story mercantile scale and creating a podium actually in kind of two scales of podium. One that really is that 2-story massing that relates to the 2 heritage buildings that are bookending the site on either Sherbourne or Front Street, and creating a kind of built form that is, in my opinion, a really positive public realm experience and scale to the pedestrian. Above that, we have a mid-rise podium that, with staff's recommendation, changed the orientation of what was originally a very vertical articulation to a horizontal one. And above that is a very simple, we think, elegant shaft of vertical terracotta-like elements that creates a background to the building. And on page 8 and 9, you can start seeing closer up how that massing is articulated. And page 9 and 10 shows the 2 heritage buildings that have been retained that are being restored, both to create more mercantile retail space as well as the entry off of Front Street for this new building. Really excited about the project. We think it's a very sophisticated design. Think that'll be a great addition to the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, next I have listed Ahmed Gathas. Ahmed?
Hi, members of the Community Council.
Welcome, Ahmed. You've got 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much. I won't need to present because Adam Brown and Raul Giannoni already did the presentation, so that was the intent. So I won't need to depute here. So thank you.
Oh, okay. That makes our lives easier. So I won't even take questions. I don't see anyone else listed to depute on this item. So are there any questions of staff? No? Councillor Wong-Tam? Is that right? Yes, Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you very much.
And as a reminder, Councillor, there's a supplementary on this item as well.
Yes, thank you. I understand that you were having difficulty listening to my audio earlier. Is my voice coming across clearer now?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the deputants for their presentation. I would be moving the recommendations in the supplementary report as well as the report. There is going to be an adjustment to the Section 37 quantum. We have arrived at an agreeable number to all parties, 50% allocation to affordable housing, including new or existing in the ward, including contributions to Toronto Community Housing, and then the balance of the 50% of the 3.5 million will be used for local area streetscape, park improvements, or perhaps capital improvements for community recreation facilities. I think it's important, Mr. Chair, for me to just, number one, thank the city planning staff and heritage staff in particular. I recognize that they had grappled with this particular site just because it sits elegantly on the corner of Sherbourne and Front. Although there is probably more opportunity to improve the site conditions of Front Street, there was less so with Sherbourne with the restriction of the separated bike lane. But nevertheless, there was a fairly good consultation process with the community. I would say that by way of the St. Lawrence neighborhood not being here to depute against the application, you will probably recognize that they are in support of this application and the recommendations moving forward. There are some existing transportation issues that will continue to need better coordination on how the different adjacent site owners are using Abbey Lane, which is a laneway that bicates and cuts across east and west between Sherbourne and Princess Street. And that will be, I think, largely mitigated with ongoing cooperation and coordination between the adjacent property owners, which perhaps didn't exist prior to this rezoning application, but they are now talking and they know each other, which is very good now. I want to thank the applicant for staying with us at the table. I recognize that there are times where there was a difference of opinion on how to treat the heritage. There was probably a difference of opinion on how to widen Front Street. But the fact that we were able to keep the heritage buildings intact, and we thank you for putting in the investments to repurpose those for high quality commercial use, I think, which will be very good, adding to the existing fabric of the street. It's actually, at the end of the day, a place of conversation where there were probably two different schools of thought. One was, is it possible to take down the building and to reassemble brick by brick, or can you restore it in situ? And ultimately, everyone agreed that they could restore and repurpose in situ, which I think made heritage preservation staff fairly happy. And if they're happy, then everyone else at the planning table is generally much more agreeable. Front Street is a street that's going through dramatic changes. I think that it also is a street that is very, very important to this community with respect to more pedestrian activity, more residential uses coming into the area. And we want to make sure that this street has high quality experiences for those who are visiting, but also for those who live there. And that means that we have to create additional pedestrian and public animation wherever we can. And that's what this application will ultimately drive towards, which I think is a very good outcome. Not to mention the fact that it builds upon existing planning strategies for the city, namely the Pan Am discussions back in 2015 identified Front Street as an area that needed to grow with the city, but also that it was a culturally significant route. And this application certainly starts to lean towards that. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, I'd be moving both the supplementary report as well as the final report, and thank everyone for their participation and involvement, and in particular the community, who I think will be very pleased with the outcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any questions? No? Any other members to speak to the item? No? We'll take the supplementary and the main item together. All those in favor? Opposed?
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. I have a question. It's Paula.
Question of the mover or a question of staff?
Of Councillor Wong-Tam, yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm just wondering with your, it's great for the $1.75 million for TCHC improvements in consultation with you. How do you track that that's being used in the most optimal way? Do you have a method of that, or is that formal, or that it's not just kind of going into a general revenue or not optimized as a very significant contribution?
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Councillor Fletcher, for that question. Tracking those funds is something we do in concert with TCHC staff, but the reserve, the Section 37 is actually made placed in a reserve with the City of Toronto, and only when there's capital projects that are identified by both the tenants of the participatory budgeting process, if there is a process or if there's a capital improvement that the TCHC general dollars cannot support them with. sometimes we come in and try to speed up that process by bringing alternative funds through the Section 37 reserves. You'll probably recognize that the motion is written in such a way that it allows us to fund capital improvements for new or existing affordable housing in the ward close to the vicinity of the site, but also new or existing TCHC investments. So we certainly don't release it to TCHC. That's not where we are right now, because they're, quite honestly, their capital requirements are so significant. We try to very strategically place these limited dollars where we can, and to make sure that we have broad community buy-in. And it's worked so far. So we've actually improved hallways, security, lighting. Oftentimes it's capital deferral that they could not do that particular year, but there was an urgent need in the community, and that's how we've been able to do it.
And is there a reason why those funds weren't used to actually put some affordable units somewhere in the development?
We did ask, for sure, every single application that comes through the ward, we push as hard as we can to ensure that we can introduce affordable housing into the site. At this point in time, the applicant was not did not think that it was feasible for themselves, but we are working on other affordable housing projects in the ward. So you'll probably recognize $1.75 million doesn't get you a lot, not in downtown Toronto. So we've been pooling those funds together, and we have about 30 million of pooled funds that we have assembled across a number of Section 37 agreements that will be coming into the ward. There's a difference between secured and received, as you know. So we've secured over 30 million in a period of time, and we're trying to put all that money together to do something bigger that can help more people.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of the mover? I don't see any. Anyone else to speak to the item? I don't see any requests. So we'll take the supplementary and the main item together. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. That brings us to item TE 18.7, 90 through 104 Queen Street East and 3 Mutual Street zoning amendment application and rental housing demolition applications final report. I have 2 deputants listed. First, Mr. David Bronskill. David, are you with us?
Chair, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Mr. Chair, can you hear me okay? Thank
Absolutely.
you.
So, David, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I won't use all the 5 minutes. Both Mr. Bissett and I are here on behalf of the applicant. We were registered, frankly, just because in these strange times, you don't always know who is registered to speak in respect of an application. We are supportive of the planning staff recommendations and thank them for working hard on this project to get it to the positive recommendation that is before you. There is, and I will defer to the councillor on this, Mr. Chair, there is in the report, you'll notice just, I think, one last bullet point to be filled in respect of the Section 37. I was not directly involved in the discussions, but I understand that is now resolved as between our client and the city, with our thanks, and I will leave that in the very capable hands of the councillor. And I would just note, Mr. Chair, that there will be, I believe, a cash contribution as well as the provision of community space through this proposal. And we're appreciative of where we are, the work of staff and the work of councillor to enable us to go forward. So I don't think Mr. Bissett needs to speak, sir, and that's all that I intended to say unless there were any questions.
Are there any questions for David? I don't see any. Mr. Bissett, is Mr. Bronskill correct? You don't need to speak?
I don't think, Mr. Chair, he's even on the line.
Well, that sort of makes that call easy.
I'm here.
Oh, okay. Michael, do you need to speak?
No, I think
okay.
we had just both registered.
but I don't need to speak. No,
Okay, thank you. Thank you both then. Are there any questions of staff? I don't see any. Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I will be moving this item to City Council without recommendations at this point in time, largely because we don't have an amendment to move today, but I also don't want to leave the report as adopted as is. And the city staff, including city planning, will be providing me with an amendment to then table at City Council to document how the Section 37 is going to be used and allocated. And that's a big piece of it. The other thing, Mr. Speaker, is that I'd like to just very quickly address the rental housing piece. This particular site unfortunately falls under the requirement of replacement. So there are 5 tenants, or at least there are 5 rental units that will unfortunately be lost, largely because of this application. And I just wanted to cite the challenges of a rental replacement policy when we have strange arbitrary cutoffs at 6 units or whatever the quantum is, to be quite honest. We should be replacing rental units like for like and improving quantum for quantum regardless of the number. So therefore, even if it's 1 unit, we should replace 1 unit. But that's not the policy that we have today. And I just wanted to cite, Mr. Speaker, the shortcomings of that rental replacement policy as it pertains to this application. I do want to follow up and say that I recognize that the applicant will be working to some type of compensation and support package for the tenants who are still there. I know that they're going to do this under the direction of the Affordable Housing Office, and I recognize that the chief planner will be involved with those discussions. So whatever package comes forward for those 5 units, it is important for us to note that it'll be under the very careful observation and direction of our chief planner and the affordable housing staff. And I want to thank them in advance to working towards that outcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Just to confirm, my understanding is that you're going to be moving that this be sent to Council without recommendations. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the mover? I don't see any. Are there any other members of Council who wish to speak on the item? I don't see any. So on the motion to refer it to Council or to forward it to Council without recommendations, all those in favour? Opposed? That carries. That takes us to item TE 18.8. Intention to designate under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act alterations to designated heritage properties and authority to enter into heritage easement agreements 117 St. George Street. I have 3 deputants listed. First, Mr. Thomas Payne. Thomas, are you with us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Welcome, Thomas. You'll have 5 minutes to address the committee.
Well, thanks very much, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the committee. I tried to be present remotely at the Heritage Preservation meeting, and through a technical glitch, was not able to speak. But I'm the founding principal of Thomas Payne Architect, a small practice currently doing some interesting work, recital hall for Dalhousie, among other things. But before launching my practice, a few years ago, I was a founding principal for 25 years at KPMB. I'm the P, okay? And I was the principal in charge of all phases and all aspects of our work at Woodsworth. And I've had the good fortune to do a number of other things at the U of T that generally are really kind of respectful of heritage and fabric, and try to contribute to the overall feel of a great place. And until a few weeks ago, I was not aware of this proposal at Woodsworth, and somebody notified me, I guess put me on a list. And so when I got the notice that there was a meeting of the Preservation heritage preservation, I read the file. And I just want to say that Woodsworth was foundational for the launch of KPMB. It was our first Governor General's winning project. And it was also incredibly important in making the transition from our mentor, Barton Myers, who left for LA, and our new practice. And it also was modest in scale and created a simple L-shaped courtyard that symbolized the arrival of parity for part-time education at the U of T. And it's more than the court, it's the court and the building, and very idiosyncratic and very circumstantial. It has a kind of serendipitous plan because it was really opportunistic. With a tiny budget, it created a court for Woodsworth and put most of the emphasis on high quality finish, you know, the stone floors and the nice finishes. And those qualities, I think, endure to this day. So really, other universities don't always take down buildings that don't achieve densities commensurate with the real estate values of the properties of the city, and they hold a kind of diversity of scales. And so I kind of knew there was something brewing years and years ago, that there might be a building on the Kruger, the footprint of the Kruger, Art Kruger Hall, which is at the back, but I never imagined that there would be a complete erasure of all of the public front of house spaces of Woodsworth. And then a kind of just a skinning of the building on the extreme south end, just a lamination of the old facade onto an entirely new building. So Congats are good architects. I was on a committee that selected them for one of the projects at the U of T years ago, and it's an excellent choice, but I would just not be, just devour all of Woodsworth and sort of leave just the remnant of the cloister. Seems really to be antithetical to heritage principles and really not what I think the University of Toronto should be doing. And so I'm opposed to erasing it in its entirety, the public areas. And I think this might be the first Governor General medal winning project for the University of Toronto also. So I'll just conclude with that. I would give Congats a bigger commission right next door, or build the building with less demolition. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? I don't see any. Next, I have listed Mike Dror. Mike, are you with us?
I am. Thank you, Chair. I don't have much more to add over my earlier comments. If you can hear me okay?
Yes. Okay. So we can just move along then. Thank you. Next, I have Evan Manning. Evan, are you with us?
Hello, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Hi, Evan. So you'll have 5 minutes to address the committee. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, sir. I won't need much time to depute. I just wanted to thank Heritage staff for a collaborative process and for a supportive staff report. We worked hard to create a solution that respects the cultural heritage value of the site, and we want to thank all planning staff and Heritage staff involved in the process.
Okay. Are there any questions of Mike? I don't see any. So we'll move to questions of staff. Are there any questions of staff on these items? 18.8 and 18.8A. I don't see any. So Councillor Wong Tam.
It's actually not Ward 13. It's a Ward 11 project.
I am so sorry. I am so deeply sorry. I'm humiliated and ashamed. Councillor Layton.
I suspect someone Googled 106 George Street and not St. George Street, and that's what put it squarely in Councillor Wong Tam's work. But that's just my speculation.
Although I do have some fondness for Woodsworth because that was my college.
There you go. That's actually the reason they gave it to the alumna. Councillor Layton, you have the floor.
Well, given the time that has been spent on this item, I'm inclined to support I'll move the recommendations from the Heritage Preservation Board. What concerns me is from the deputation from our previous, from the first deputant, that outlined that efforts weren't made given the alterations to, or impact to a heritage building of this magnitude and the history behind some of these buildings. I'm a little surprised to hear, and maybe it's not the case, but I'm a little surprised to hear that we didn't at least go out and do some outreach with the former development team if it had won these awards. I think that would probably be good to put into common practice. It may be already, but I'll ask those questions of staff offline. This has gone through the Preservation Board. It's gone through several public forums in order to discuss the matter, and so I'm not inclined now to take a step back and have an entire relook at it, given the information that's coming just so late in the process. But I think there may be something we want to examine about the process when we're dealing with heritage buildings, that perhaps that the teams behind them may still be around. So many of these heritage buildings are hundreds of years old, not less so, or decades old. They're century old. So we may want to start considering the original intent of the architecture and design teams as we talk about the future of them and the impact of other development around them. Having said that, we have an application in front of us from the university, and I think it's my position that we should move forward with the application. And in this case, move forward with the designation of these two buildings.
So on items 18.8 and 18.8A, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. We'll move now to 18.9, inclusion on the City of Toronto's Heritage Registrar, intention to designate under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act, alterations to heritage properties and authority to enter into a heritage easement agreement 176 through 178 Front Street East and 33 Sherbourne Street.
Mr. Chair, it's...
we do have deputants on the item? Yeah. So first I have listed Chris Borgel. Chris, are you with us?
Mr. Chair, it's Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, Councillor.
I apologize. This matter, there are some great things about working paperless, and there are others that are not. This is probably my error. This item should have been voted on the previous matter that shared a similar address and title. It is entirely connected to the Front and Sherbourne development. I spoke to the heritage, success of the heritage strategy, and here's the supporting document that should have gone with that report.
Can you give me one moment to confer, please?
Of course.
What's the item number for the previous one?
Number 6.6.
Thank you. Councillor, as much as it would be convenient and, dare I say, logical to deal with the two items together, they're governed by different pieces of legislation, and each piece of legislation requires that there be a statutory meeting. So we have to have a separate statutory meeting on the heritage item. Okay?
Thank you. I recognize that's a recent change. I think I'm still working with the old template.
Very good.
So that's fine. Thank you.
Yeah. So with that clarification, the first deputant I have listed is Chris Borgel. Chris, are you here? No, we don't have Chris with us. Emid Gaddis, Ahmed, are you with us?
Hello, you can hear me?
Yes, I can.
Sorry, Gord, Mr. Chair, could you tell us how many deputants are listed on this item, please?
We're on the second of 3.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So, hello, I'll be speaking on behalf of Chris. My name is Ahmad. I'm an architect with GBCA Architects, and we're the heritage consultants on this file. So, because this is related to the previous item 18.6, it was discussed already. This item went to the Toronto Preservation Board at the end of August. So we're in agreement with the staff recommendations. I also want to thank heritage staff on this to permit us to do the alterations necessary on the buildings to make them adaptable and integrated with the proposed development. So I'm simply here if you have any questions on the heritage items, but I won't provide any more information or comments because this was already discussed at the Preservation Board. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ahmad. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Final deputant listed, we have Adam Brown. Adam, are you with us?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of Community Council. We have not much more to add other than a thank you to staff and support of the report that's before you. It is associated with item 6.
As always, your thanks are deeply appreciated.
Thanks.
Are there any questions of Adam? Seeing none, we'll now move to Councillor Wong Tam. Do you have any questions of staff? Or sorry, does anyone have questions of staff? No? Councillor Wong Tam, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. If I can just move the recommendations in the staff report, which is very much supported by the Toronto Preservation Board. They've submitted a letter outlining the same.
Okay. Any questions of the mover? Seeing none. Any question or anyone else who wishes to speak to this item? Seeing none. All those in favor? All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Next, we have item TE 18.10, inclusion on the City of Toronto's Heritage Register intention to designate under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act, alterations to a heritage property and authority to enter into a heritage easement agreement 3 Mutual Street, 98, 100, 102, and 104 Queen Street East. And please do note there is item 10A from the Preservation Board. I have no deputants listed. Councillor Wong Tam. Are there any questions of staff? Seeing none. Councillor Wong Tam, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'll be moving this report without recommendations to City Council. It would accompany point 7, the item that we dealt with earlier that started with the address of 90 Queen Street East. I recognize that the report has 2 components. One is to list and designate the properties and also an amendment and alteration strategy. But in light of the fact that the previous report went ahead without recommendation, it would just be consistent that this one flow through to council where I will be provided with an amendment from planning staff so I can move the whole thing as a package at the next meeting. And following this, Mr. Chair, if I can have a point of order as well, but let's vote on this.
So you want us to complete the item first?
Yes, please.
Okay. So on the motion to forward the item to council without recommendations, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Councillor Wong Tam, you have a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I think because the planning matters are oftentimes accompanying a rezoning application, this is probably just a request. If we can have those items be situated on the agenda more closely together, perhaps we can deal with them in a sequential manner, where it's the preservation heritage item first, and then immediately after the rezoning report. Just in terms of moving forward a way of managing these files. And that would just be a request to the city clerk, consideration.
Councillor, certainly I've spoken to the clerk, she'll consider that. I would remind you that the notice requirements and therefore the posting requirements for statutory items going on the agenda are a little bit more difficult to navigate than just regular items, and that might be a constraint on our ability to help sort out that request, but nevertheless, the clerk has agreed to take it back to see if there's something that can be done.
Thank you very much. Thank
You're
you
quite
to the
welcome.
clerks as well.
Yep. Uh-oh. Was that Bobo?
That was Bobo.
Bobo really wants the clerk to take action on this.
I
Okay.
appreciate his support.
All right. That takes us to item TE 18.11. 1 Front Street West, official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment applications, request for directions. I have 2 deputants listed. First, I have Peter Smith. Peter, are you with us?
Oh, yes, I am. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can, Peter. You have 5 minutes. Please share your wisdom with us.
Thank you, Councillor Perks and members of Community Council. I am the planner for the applicant here. This morning, I'm just here to answer questions, and I'm going to yield my time to Cynthia McDougall, who is the applicant solicitor, who will be addressing you. This is another item like the ones before, to Councillor Wong Tam's point. So this is point 11 is the zoning. Point 11 is the, point 11 is the zoning. Point 13 is the heritage matter that's joined to it. And just before I yield my time to Cynthia, what I'd like to do is to thank staff, planning staff in particular, very, very much for working with us through what was a very long journey to get to this point. And in particular, I'd like to thank Henry Tang and David Sitch for all of their assistance. And with that, while I remain open for questions, I'll yield my time to Cynthia.
Are there any questions for Peter? I don't see any. So we would now move to Cynthia McDougall. Cynthia, I'm informed by our IT staff that you haven't got your microphone connected. Could you investigate that? I'll give you a few seconds to see if you can figure that out.
Have I done it?
There we are. Hello, Cynthia, and welcome.
Thank you.
5 minutes with which to address the committee. Use your time well.
Thank you. I apologize for my lack of technical ability there. I wanted to indicate on behalf of the owner, Front Street West Holdings Limited, that we support the recommendations of staff. This is unusual because instead of going through the process of a settlement offer and an in-camera report, the owner actually worked very collaboratively with the staff, including Paul Macca and Joe Mueller and Henry Sitt and Henry Tang, David Sitt and Henry Tang and Lynn McDonald to result in actually a report that recommends the plans that were submitted as an amendment, even though it's an LPAT. And so we do support the recommendations, both the heritage as well as the planning recommendations. I have a letter there that just indicates that I wanted to understand in terms of the implementation of the conditions and have a conversation with city legal between community council and council, just because it's unusual, because typically I file a settlement offer and then there's a report responding to it. But in this case, there's the set of recommendations and there's no substantive issues with respect to any of the conditions with respect to providing the Section 37 monies, the heritage, the retention of the building. It's just I wanted to make sure that the instruments that we're putting forward will be satisfactory to both parties and that I better understand the transition provisions. So those are my comments. So I would thank everyone and ask that the recommendations be adopted. And I indicated I'll be talking to City Legal.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Cynthia? I don't see any. I'm going to give the floor to Councillor Cressy.
Well, thank you. I will begin by moving the staff recommendations here in front of us, which is to attend LPAT in support of the revised submission. And in doing so, thank city staff for their hard work, as well as the local neighborhood association, the St. Lawrence Neighborhood Association, and the applicant. This has been a long-standing file, which has been a jigsaw puzzle. It's located, this is the historic Dominion building, and it's at a key juncture and corner in the city where it connects both to Union Station and the financial district, but also the St. Lawrence. And a lot of work has gone into make this jigsaw puzzle work from a heritage perspective, from a built form perspective. This is a mixed-use building, primarily of hotel and office, but also residential. So there are a lot of pieces to fit together. I'm glad that we've come to a resolution all together, which includes a significant contribution to affordable housing and community facilities in the area. And I'm happy to move the recommendations here in front of us. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the mover? No? Do any other members wish to speak to the item? No? With that, we'll take Councillor Cressy's motion. All those in favour? Opposed? That carries. We now move to item TE 18.12, 465 through 471 Richmond Street West and 38 Camden Street zoning amendment application request for directions report. I have no deputants listed on the item. Are there any questions of staff? Seeing none. Councillor Cressy, this is you again.
I will move the staff recommendations, which are to attend LPAT in opposition.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Next, we have TE 18.13, alterations to a designated heritage property in the Union Station Heritage Conservation District under Parts 4 and 5 of the Ontario Heritage Act, and authority to enter into a heritage easement agreement for 1 Front Street West. We have some of the same deputants for this. First, Peter Smith.
Thanks again, Councillor Perks, and I have nothing to add to what I said the last time, so I'm done.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Peter? No. Michael McClelland.
Thank you very much. I here am also just to say thank you very much for working, having a good working relationship with the staff, Joe Muller and Paul Macca. Also the Residents Association were very helpful in bringing this forward and turning an important heritage building into an excellent workable project. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions? No? Cynthia McDougall?
No comments. We just support the recommendations, please.
These are the deputations we love. I take it there are no questions of Cynthia? No? Thank you very much. With that, Councillor Cressy. I'm being mindful there's a 13A as well.
Yeah, and this is the heritage component connected to 18.11 we just dealt with. So I will move the staff recommendations, including in the supplementary. And that's all. Thank you.
Very good. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. That takes us to item TE 18.14, demolition of a heritage property designated under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act, 38 Camden Street. I do not have any deputations listed. Are there any questions of staff? Seeing none, Councillor Cressy, you have the floor.
Thank you. This again is the heritage component of item 18.12, which we've dealt with, and so I will be moving the staff recommendations in front of us.
Okay.
That's all. Thank you.
Yep. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item TE 18.15, amendment of designating bylaw to correct legal description for 90 Croatia Street, 980 Dufferin Street. I have no deputants listed. Are there any questions of staff? Seeing none, Councillor Bailão.
Move staff recommendations.
On the staff recommendations, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 18.16, inclusion on the City of Toronto's Heritage Register and intention to designate under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act, 100 College Street. I have deputants listed under this. First, I have Andrew Pruss. Andrew, are you with us?
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine. Andrew, you'll have 5 minutes to share your thoughts with the committee. Please begin.
Yes, hello. I am here as a heritage consultant along with representation for the university from Castles, Signa Lease, and Emma West from Bousfields, primarily to answer questions. But I did want to note that we've submitted letters to the committee. There is one from Castles and also from Bousfields requesting a deferral of this particular item. And the details associated with that are in those two letters. I'm available for questions, but also it may be that the content of those letters would be better responded to by the other two deputants. And those are my comments.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Andrew? I don't see any. Any questions? Oh, sorry, Signa. Andrew suggested that you don't need to make any remarks. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Emma, Andrew suggested you don't need to make any remarks. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. So we'll move now to Max Allen. Max, are you with us?
Yes.
Hello, Max, and welcome virtually. You'll have 5 minutes to address the committee. Please begin.
I have a 3-minute explanation of our rather atypical position on this matter. In our letter this morning, the Grange Community Association said that the most notable characteristic of the Banting building, which is under consideration here, is its name. Here's our position in 2 sentences. The building is architecturally undistinguished, which is supported by the city's own description of it and the Preservation Board's forwarding of the report. And the building had nothing to do with the world-changing discovery of insulin, which happened elsewhere and 9 years before the Banting building was even built. So we think, the Grange Community Association thinks, that legally designating the building is essentially as an untouchable structure. We think that's wrong. Dr. Banting himself is another matter. He is certainly distinguished. In fact, he's a Canadian innovation hero whose name is magic across the country, and the cultural heritage that he's part of deserves to be celebrated. The question is how? Perhaps by putting his name on the new innovation complex, which is a place that's designated to improve the present and build the future. After all, cultural heritage encompasses not just the architectural size and shape of a building, but its function as well. Of course, the fate of old buildings can't depend entirely on the quality of what's coming to replace them. That's obvious. But the future can't be entirely ignored either, especially today when our general future is so cloudy, and especially when the rethinking of education is underway. The existing building is dysfunctional. It's run-of-the-mill and mute. It hardly works to do science in, and for decades it has told no story at all. The proposed innovation center is just the kind of place. It's designed to be such a place where diseases like a viral pandemic might be defeated. What a tribute to Dr. Banting that would be. The existing building is not a worthy tribute to Frederick Banting and his colleague Charles Best, whose work together elsewhere, not in this building, but elsewhere, means that many of us are alive today. My colleagues think that deferral is not a particularly good idea, but if everybody else thinks it's okay, then it's okay with me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Max. Almost exactly 3 minutes, as promised. Are there any questions of Max? Seeing none. Are there any questions of staff? I don't see any. Councillor, I've lost track. Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I have a motion to defer the item. Clerk should have it. What I proposed was that we deferred until there's a rezoning application for this address or the University of Toronto secondary plan comes forward, which also speaks to heritage in the area, whichever is first. And this is an effort, there is an application that will come in that may or may not conform to what the city's expectations are for heritage on this site. We'd like to provide some flexibility. The residents associations is supportive of that. At the same time, we don't want to disregard the advice from the Toronto Preservation Board in its entirety, and instead let's have the discussion about the weighing of benefits of the design once we have an application come forward. This would be the second phase of the rather large innovation center that the university is planning on College Street, and could have significant impacts on the delivery of programming in that building.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the mover? I don't see any. Are there any other members who wish to speak to the item? I don't see any. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Members, I have to step away from the chair for literally 3 minutes. Because of the awkwardness of people not being able to shift seats, I'm just going to suggest a 3-minute recess. So if anyone needs to do anything for 3 minutes, now's your time. Back. Okay, I call the meeting back to order. 17, yes. So I'm calling the next item, which is TE 18.17, inclusion on the City of Toronto's Heritage Register and intention to designate under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act 661 through 665 Huron Street. I have one deputant listed, Dan Oatman. Dan, are you with us?
I'm here.
Dan, welcome. You have 5 minutes to address the committee. Please begin.
Thank you. My name is Dan Oatman. I represent the British Home Children Advocacy and Research Association. It's a group that promotes the recording of the stories, preservation of items, buildings, etc. related to the home children. I'm proud to be a British home child descendant, as my maternal grandmother and her sister came to Canada's home children in 1902 through the Bernardos, in 1904 through McPherson's respectively. From 1869 up to 1948, 100,000 children of the age of 18 years were immigrated from the United Kingdom and sent across Canada from the Maritimes to British Columbia to be used as indentured farm workers and domestics. Believed by Canadians to be orphans, in actual fact, only 12% really were. These children were sent to Canada by 50 organizations, including well-known organizations such as Bernardos and Quarriers. The clear majority of these new Canadians were filtered through receiving homes across Canada, including the one located in Toronto at 661 Huron Street, which played a role in that process. It is a historically significant building representing a period in Canada's early development as a nation. From 1923 to 1932, it was the home used to receive girls sent from the United Kingdom by the Church of England Waifs and Strays. The children were dispersed for service, mostly throughout homes in Toronto and surrounding areas. When their terms of indenture were up, generally from 18 to 21 years, many of these girls from this home made their lives in Toronto, and they or their descendants have contributed to the population of the city today. In Canada, there are an estimated 3 million descendants of British home children, with the majority being in the Toronto area. Probably most notably, descendants are the family of Premier Doug Ford, whose family did not, though, come through Huron Street. Our history of these children is slowly being eroded away, and 2 other receiving homes in Toronto have been preserved, 252 Peter Street. The front facade of Peter Street, which is now Blue Jay Way, has been preserved and is now part of the luxury high-rise hotel condo building at that site. 661 Huron Street stands as a monument to these children who came to Canada as British home children. To have this historic home destroyed would be akin to destroying another small part of our history, all of which too much has been lost already. We ask that the heritage value of this home and its contribution to our nation's history be considered and the property protected and included in the City of Toronto's Heritage Registry. I thank you for letting me take a few moments to share about the home children and expressing our support to preserve the building.
Thank you very much, Dan. Are there any questions of the deputant? I don't see any. Dan was the only listed deputant, so I'll move along. Are there any questions of staff? I don't see any. Councillor Layton, I believe this is your item.
Thank you very much. I'm prepared to move the recommendations coming from the Toronto Preservation Board. There was at one time active development application on the site. I believe there still is, but the discussions are now moving towards a revision to that proposal that would actually involve preserving the two buildings on site. So there's exciting discussions in the works, and hopefully you'll see this come forward in a future community council with an interesting development proposal of infill in a neighborhood that would preserve these buildings and the affordable rental units that are within them. Thank you.
Are there any questions of the mover? Seeing none, are there any other members of the committee who wish to speak to the item? Seeing none, on Councillor Layton's motion, all those in favor, opposed, carried. That takes us to item 1818, residential demolition application 1 and 3 Close Avenue. It's my understanding this item has been withdrawn by city staff. Yeah, okay, so let's just confirm that with a motion to withdraw. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. No problem. Item TE 18.19, residential demolition application 99 Oxford Street. We have a deputant, Wendy Kang. Wendy, are you here with us?
Yes, I do.
Welcome, Wendy. So you have 5 minutes to address the committee. Please begin.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Wendy King, and I'm the rep of the owner of 99 Oxford Street.
Wendy, can I ask you, Wendy, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can I ask you, it's very echoey in the room we're in. Can you do your best to speak slowly so that we can hear you more clearly?
Okay, sure. Can you hear me now? Or?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, cool. So today I'm speaking to the council to provide a comprehensive overview of the situation with the property and why we believe the approval of our application is necessary for our case. So the main reason we want to demolish and reconstruct the building is that the current existing building at 99 Oxford Street features dreadful interior conditions, as well as severe structural deform that threatens the safety of its inhabitants. So in 2013, we first started to notice the house is leaning to the left-hand side, and then we did a foundation enhancement. Over the past few years, we noticed the driveway started to sink in many locations, and often we found big, heavy moving trucks parked on our driveway illegally, and these facts caused the deform to the front portion of the foundation. And on July 11, 2019, an accidental fire occurred in a house and caused irreparable damage to the property. The insurance company and police officers got involved to conduct their investigations and reported a few main supporting beams and columns had been damaged. Plus, the structure of this building is leaning to one side, which makes its inhabitants feel strongly unsafe living inside. And as the house ages, this problem will just get worse. As such, the current condition of this house is not inhabitable, and we have no options other than tearing it down. We would also like to say that we love the multicultural community of this neighborhood, and we're just trying to build a lovely home to live in without feeling our lives being threatened. In addition, in the future construction stage, we will also try our very best to minimize the construction noises, dispose of all construction waste in a timely manner, and keep the street clean. This is because we love this community, and we too wish to keep this community positive and beautiful. So for the above reasons, I truly hope that our application can be approved. I really appreciate the time which the council devotes to my application, and thank you, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your time today. Those are the only, that was the only deputation I see listed on this item. Are there any questions of staff? No? Councillor Matlow, I'll give you the floor.
My apologies. I was distracted with one of our colleagues on an important matter. So you just read out the
No
item.
problem at all. It's incredibly hard to stay on top.
It's a Ward 11 matter.
Oh, did I call the wrong councillor?
If
Honestly, I don't know why you guys elected me chair. Okay, Councillor Layton, the floor is yours.
That's why I was wondering.
I have a motion to remove Councillor Perks, forget Ms. Perks from the chair, and instead put in who's ever sitting to his left in the room. I can't see the room.
That'd be Councillor Bailao. I don't think she looks happy at that prospect. No, she's shaking her head. I'm afraid you're stuck with me.
Oh, well, there could be worse things. So I was prepared to remove a deferral until Heritage Preservation Services are ready to provide advice about this. We have an ongoing HCD in the area, and we've just actually lapsed in our demolition moratorium. And I've been indicated from the community and from Heritage that they would like to take a look, because it's not necessarily that individually it has been deemed as a heritage property, but that as part of a stretch of
Absolutely
buildings.
get those replaced, period.
Josh, you're
Councillor Matlow, could you mute yourself, please? Councillor Matlow, as much as I love hearing your voice.
You should definitely get those replaced, though. Whatever it is, Councillor Matlow, you should get those replaced.
Broken benches in a park, Councillor Layton. We're going to get rid of those new ones.
Get rid of them. Too much sitting going on up in Councillor Matlow's ward. So while I appreciate the comments from the deputant, given that we're at this late stages of an HCD, as well as the request from Heritage Conservation staff, I would appreciate an opportunity to review it in that context. And I've kind of tasked Heritage Preservation Services to be the ones to reinitialize that. I do hope that the HCD is coming soon for whoever in planning is on the call that may have an opportunity to help me bring that forward. That'd be great.
Are there any questions of Councillor Layton? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. One moment.
And Mr. Speaker, just while you're...
Who's that? There's no speaker here.
Or Mr. Chair, sorry.
Yes.
If at some point before the lunch recess in the next hour, we could go back to the items that you held in my name before the lunch recess. So at some point in the next hour, I'd be grateful.
Yep, I am mindful of that, and I will try to work that in at a convenient opportunity.
Thank you.
Oh, actually, you know what? Now is a convenient opportunity, because the next items we start to move into parking pads and tree removals and fence exemptions and the like.
Mr. Chair, I have sent a motion
if
to
I
the
could,
clerk.
Councillor Fletcher, I hear you. I'm trying to sort out 2 or 3 things at the moment. I'm just checking to see where we have deputies.
Well, just call on me when
Councillor
you finish.
Fletcher, I will. Okay, I don't believe we have any deputants listed on any of the other 11 o'clock items. No? So, Councillor Cressy, we can take your items right now, if that would be acceptable to you.
Sure, thank you.
Okay. So, the first item, Councillor Cressy, according to our records, is item 33.
Yeah.
Just let
Item
me-
33125R Mill Street. It's a preliminary report. I will move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries.
On item TE 18.34, this is 1 to 7 Young Street. It is a preliminary report, and I can move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
I imagine you will have held down item 18.42 on account of a deputant who's listed.
Yes, and we could probably take that deputation now, if the deputant is here. Bruce Van Dieten? Bruce, are you with us? You know what? Because there was probably uncertainty about the time, I'll try calling that item again this afternoon.
The next one you will have had is 18.43. So I believe that's probably being held down. That's many of us.
Yes, no, we're going to probably be going in camera on that.
So
46.
18.46.
Yeah.
construction staging area 502 Adelaide. I have a deferral motion that clerk should have that I can move.
Okay, so we have a motion to defer. Any questions of the mover? Seeing none. October 15th, okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item 4.7.
This is a construction staging area on Queen Street West at Peter. I have an amendment that we've worked on with staff and the applicant to ensure a pedestrian walkway on Peter. So I can move that amendment.
Okay, any questions of the mover? Seeing none, taking the amendment and the item together, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Item 4.8.
A construction staging area on Widmer. I can move the staff recommendations. Thank you.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. 4.9, there's a deputant. What have you got next, Councillor?
The next should be item 18.53, commercial loading zone on John Street.
Yes.
I can move the staff recommendations.
On the staff recommendations, all those in favor, opposed, carried.
Item 18.57, this is the removal of an on-street parking space on Henry Lane.
You know what? We were bad and we did that one without you.
That's fine.
Okay. So going to item 61, yeah?
Yes. This is the car share vehicle parking areas, and I can move the staff recommendation.
All those in favor, opposed, carried.
I believe that's all of them.
Okay, very good. Councillor Fletcher, you said you needed to have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had held item 18.52, which is the traffic safety review, Broadview Avenue at Arundel Avenue, Broadview Avenue at Danforth Avenue, and Broadview Transit Station. And I believe, I hope, that our great clerk has a motion from my staff.
I'm afraid we're not ready yet to consider that item.
Oh, it's not ready. Okay, but okay.
We will,
Whatever the clerk
we're
does.
endeavoring to get ready for you, but we're not ready yet.
No problem. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so.
If you wanted to knock off his new business item too.
Councillor Cressy, it's come to my attention you had some new business items that we could deal with now.
Delighted to introduce and move. Is that
We've
right?
already introduced them.
79.
Oh.
79 is where we'll start. Or sorry, yes, 79.
I will move the recommendations in my letter. Thank you.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item 80.
Again, I will move the recommendations in my letter.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. And that's it. Thank you. Okay, we'll now return to our regularly scheduled business. Item TE 18.20, front yard parking appeal, 75 Poplar Plains Crescent. We have no deputant listed on this item. Are there any questions of staff? No?
Councillor Perks, if I may.
Yes.
It's just really one question, and this is more a matter of process. On 75 Poplar Plains, you don't list a tree, correct?
So are we, just questions of staff, eh?
Yeah.
Okay. Can I have either
right-of-way.
right-of-way management or urban forestry? Just take a moment to organize, Councillor.
Vince here from Transportation Services.
Hi, Vince. Did you hear
Vince.
Councillor Layton's question?
I believe he has a question regarding the application and the tree. That tree's not listed anywhere. I believe that was your question.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm looking at a street view, and there is some kind of tree there. I'm curious if it's a city tree or a.
My understanding is, and because there's two properties here, 75 and 77, that the front yard parking office consulted and found out that what we think is a tree is actually classified as a shrub, the shrub family. And I think that's why it's not listed in the report.
So
I can look into it further. Yes.
One at a time, please. Councillor Layton, you have the floor.
So the amazingness of Google Street View allows me to pull it back 2 years. There's a big city tree there 2 years ago. That's clearly been removed. I suspect it was removed because it may have been too big. But what I'm ultimately curious about is if this was a shrub that was installed at the request of the when the tree was taken down to put in a new city tree, and they requested a shrub instead. How is that factored in to the report? Because I see that it's not, it doesn't appear in the report, but there was a great big tree in front of 75. As I have it in 2016, I think it's there and again in August 2017, and then it's gone by July 2018. So again, like really pretty amazing technology we have that we can do this. But what I'm curious about is when there was a city tree, it comes down and all of a sudden now it's just the pole that's prohibiting this from going through.
Right. So I don't have all the history of whether there was a fully mature tree there, whether it was sickly and it had to be cut down. I don't have that history. All I was told about is what's there now, and that. Oh, okay. I've been advised that the tree was removed by the city, and the owner planted the surface berries themselves, so they weren't planted by the city. What you see there was not planted by the city. There are berry trees that were planted by the residents themselves.
Okay. I'm just curious because that's a pretty big tree to lose from the canopy, and then all of a sudden it makes them more eligible to appeal.
Right. The tree that was there that you saw definitely was there, but it was removed by the city, obviously for good reasons.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of staff? No? Councillor Matlow, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll sort of speak to both of the next two items together because they're very, I'd say strange, unique, but very similar items. 75 and 77 Poplar Plains. I'm going to be moving the alternate recommendations to approve the pads on both. And I'm going to explain to you why I believe that they, in this very unique and strange situation, I think really do merit approval. So they, both of these requests ticked off all the boxes. Like if there wasn't a negative poll on both of these, they would have been approved by staff. So there were no issues with the trees. There were no issues with permit parking. There was nothing that would have stood in their way with respect to the process that we've agreed upon and staff would have approved. But they lost on negative polls, both of them, by a very slim margin. And what was brought to my attention is that the reason that they lost the polls and things would have been different is that in both cases, not every adult member of the household was registered by MPAC. And in fact, just the basic math demonstrates, given that there are four members of the household in the Eaglesons in the 75 Poplar Plains household, it would have passed, and both of them would have supported both items, given that they're neighbors. So I submit to you that it's the thing with MPAC is that they do miss things. We all know that. They miss things on this one. It's not reasonable to suggest that like the average person out there in a million years would think, just in case one day that there's a poll, that somehow they need to get in touch with MPAC proactively in some way to alert them to something that they wouldn't have known. So I'm asking you to look at both of these items, again, just realistically through that lens where they did everything right. Both items, 1820 and 1821. I speak to both of them, so please just accept this for the next item. I'll just speak in one time. But it's exactly the same situation where they would have been approved. They ticked off all the boxes. There were adult members of both households that were not registered by MPAC. This was MPAC, not their fault, and it would have been approved, and it would have been over 50%. So this isn't even like, you can see this as a split, decision on the street. So, politically can go one way or the other, but just from a basic democratic principle, they were unfairly missed by MPAC, and therefore on principle, that needs to be considered in your consideration. I'd appreciate that. So thank you very much for hearing me out.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the mover? Seeing none, does anyone else wish to speak to this item? I can't see anybody. Hang on. Okay, I will speak to the item. I'm going to move the staff recommendation to deny. While I would certainly, in almost every circumstance, be happy to join Councillor Matlow in pointing out to people what a poorly run and anti-democratic organization MPAC is. The fact that they didn't list people doesn't mean that we can imagine what the vote would have been in different circumstances. Attempting to imagine what a vote might have been in different circumstances is the very definition of being anti-democratic. So I don't find that as grounds. As well, I continue to be of the view that the ecological, community safety and urban design reasons for refusing parking pads supersede even the arguments that Councillor Matlow made in this instance. So with that, we have two motions.
If I could, Councillor Perks.
Councillor Layton, please.
I just wanted to point out that my questions that I asked around the history on the site were actually covered in the report. Just on a reread, the last paragraph had to do with the removal of a Norway maple stump, which was the stump at 75, the city tree that was removed. But it also lists that there are plans for the planting of a Kentucky coffee tree to replace the Norway maple that was lost just a couple of years ago in the canopy. So I just want to point out that it was considered. I don't want my questions to suggest that staff didn't have that covered in the report, which they do.
I appreciate that.
They are remarkable, as always, but they did make me wonder if perhaps we need a shrub protection bylaw. Okay, so we have two motions in front of us. We'll take Councillor Matlow's motion first, which is to approve with conditions. All those in favor, and I'm going to need people to clearly raise their hands. 1, 2, 3. Matlow. 4. All those opposed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that loses. On my motion to deny, all those in favor, clearly raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those opposed. 1, 2, 3, 4. So the motion to deny passes. Okay, that takes us to the next item, which is 18.20. Are there any questions of staff on this item? Seeing none. Councillor Matlow, you said you had spoken to both, but I'm going to offer you the floor again anyway. Do you have any additional remarks?
No, I'm going to move the alternate recommendation with the very same arguments, and I really wish that you would consider the situation that they're in, that they believe they did everything right. They did do everything right, and unbeknownst to them, MPAC didn't register the adults in the household. And whatever you think of parking pads, I really do think this is fundamentally unfair.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Matlow. I'm going to be moving the staff recommendation to deny, and just as you did, I'm going to make the same arguments, which is that an elected group of people deciding what a vote would have been under different circumstances is the very definition of anti-democratic. as well as all the reasons that I traditionally offer for why installing parking pads on front yards is bad for the community, bad for our stormwater management, bad for managing the heat island effect, and bad for managing pedestrian safety along our sidewalks. So, with Councillor
I have
Matlow,
a question, Mr. Chair.
Of me?
Sorry.
Of me, or?
The mover. Is Councillor Matlow, are you expecting that every single member of the household would have a chance to vote?
Every adult member of the household would have been, in normal circumstances, registered by MPAC and have an opportunity to vote, yes.
I'm assuming it's, I see. Thank you.
Okay. Assuming there are no other questions or other members who wish to speak to the item? Okay. I'm going to take Councillor Matlow's motion to approve with conditions first. All those in favor of Councillor Matlow's motion? 1, 2, 3. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Did somebody vanish? I don't know. So that fails. On my motion for the staff recommendation to deny, all those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3. My motion carries. Okay, moving to the next item. Item 18.21, front yard parking. Oh no, I just did that. Item 18.22, application to remove a city-owned tree at 4 Tarleton Road. Are there any questions of staff on this item? Seeing none, I'm going to offer the floor to Councillor Matlow.
So I'm just going to move a motion to defer it back to staff.
So this would be an indefinite referral?
Send it back.
Yep. Yeah, okay. That's good. I just wanted to check that I understood the intent. Thank you very much. Do you wish to speak to that, or that's all good?
No.
Okay. Any questions of the mover? Any other members who wish to speak to the item? All those in favor, opposed, that carried. So I believe that takes us to our 1:30 items.
Yeah.
So do we have any other business outstanding that we could deal with now?
I understand that we do, Councillor Perks.
Sorry, just one moment, Councillor Layton. I need to, as brilliant and clear thinker as you are, I rely on the still better thinking of the clerk's office. Yes.
Okay, so I have 6.
Okay. Councillor Wong-Tam, are you ready to deal with item 6?
Not yet, Mr. Chair. Unfortunately, we're still working on it.
Okay.
I have one.
Yeah. Okay. What's
Mr. Chair?
Just if I may, because we're virtual, it's way more difficult for me to manage than it normally would be. And remember, I'm a bear of very little brain to begin with. So I'm going to work with the clerk, and if she and I fail to pick up the item you're ready to deal with, we will have time to get there, okay? There was the item where we had the deputant, but I think that we'd probably be safer to give that person an opportunity to get in touch with us this afternoon. That's the exhibition, please? Oh, wait, is he here?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so we can do that. What's the item number again? So, members, I'm going to call item TE 18.42 next, which is Exhibition Place Master Plan, Phase 1 Proposals Report. I understand our deputant is with us now, Bruce Van Deeten. Bruce?
Yes, can you
Are
hear
you with
me?
us? Great, yes, I can hear you loud and clear. You have 5 minutes. Please, go ahead.
Thank you. So we write in reference to item 1018.42, the Exhibition Place Master Plan Proposal Report. I'm speaking on behalf of Rick Amos, who's the chair of the West Side Community Council. I also sit on the council. Rick couldn't be here today, and so I'm taking this on, and I thank you all for your time. And I'm not sure what happened earlier, but thank you for having me on. We, the members of the 13 community associations comprising the West Side Community Council, write to express our continued support for the Exhibition Place Master Plan. The Next Place Plan Phase 1 Proposals Report for Exhibition Place is a substantive and illuminating document, and we thank thoroughly all those people that were involved in its preparation. We ask that the TEYCC members support the City Planning Division recommendations to City Council to adopt the Exhibition Place Master Plan Phase 1 Proposals Report. We have several areas that we'd like to speak to. One, Exhibition Place 2017 to 2019 Strategic Plan updated to December 2021 needs to continue to align with the Exhibition Place Master Plan. We feel they do not achieve a holistic approach at this point, and that the strategic plan focuses primarily on the financial aspects of this 192-acre site. We believe it is critical to invest money into the site as a public asset and not solely as a revenue generator. This approach will expand the overall attractiveness of Exhibition Place as a destination or as the gathering place envisioned in the strategic plan. Number two, Exhibition Place has seen the cancellation of numerous events at its various venues since mid-March, and staff advise they have proactively initiated discussions with the Toronto Office of Recovery and Rebuild regarding innovative strategies toward reopening the site. In this context, the Master Plan Proposals Report offers a first step toward a physical framework to support economic recovery, guiding the restoration of publicly accessible open spaces, and promoting flexibility and resilience in the use of civic assets. It also proposes a number of quick start actions that could be implemented in the short term to enhance mobility and connectivity to Exhibition Place as it begins to restore activity. As such, we support the city planning staff recommendations starting immediately to implement elements of item 4.3 quick start initiatives. Number three, we remind you the annual financial subsidy to Exhibition Place by taxpayers is quite considerable and is likely to increase substantially throughout the COVID crisis. Since the support will cover both capital investments and maintenance on the 192-acre site, we feel the benefit should accrue directly and ultimately to Torontonians and local residents. Number four, unifying the municipally owned Exhibition Place and provincially owned Ontario Place lands would be a positive step. But we ask, rather than waiting for a provincial government response, you proceed with the master plan through the various phases. Number five, while the master plan is being finalized and COVID is having an outsized impact on budgets and resources, we ask that no further negotiations take place for long-term leases, 5 years or longer, or on the sale of any Exhibition Place property. We believe it would be imprudent to evaluate this critical asset in this current marketplace. And finally, number six, we appeal on behalf of the two historic anchors to this site. That's the Canadian National Exhibition and the Royal Winter Fair. They have landmark significance to the residents of Toronto, and we hope that the City Council will make every effort to secure the survival of these two important institutions throughout the COVID crisis. We thank you for the opportunity to make this submission, and on behalf of Rick Amos, I'm Bruce Van Dieten. Thanks, appreciate it.
Thank you, Bruce. Are there any questions for Bruce? Seeing none, are there any questions of staff? I don't see any. Councillor Cressy, I believe this is your responsibility.
Well, thank you, Chair. I have an amendment, if it can be put on the screen, that we've worked with city staff and Exhibition Place on, which is to explore some immediate opportunities related to the recovery and rebuild efforts, such as Active TO or Show Love TO, to be incorporated into our quick starts at Exhibition Place. Just speaking very briefly, because this is an item, the Next Place, the master plan and phase one proposals, that has had extensive public consultations. It's been to the Exhibition Place board on many occasions, and a lot of thanks and effort on the part of city staff, members of the public, we heard from one here today, and the staff from Exhibition Place have gone into this. You all know we have 192 acres of publicly owned land with exceptional heritage and green space, and it's desperate for a 21st century vision. What's in front of us here, this is not a leasing strategy. We're not trying to supplant the exceptional work of the Exhibition Place board and management, but rather it's to help inform an overall vision, to guide that planning. And I think what's critical here in front of us today, as was just articulated by the deputant, is that there are quick steps and quick wins identified to build momentum, to help invest public dollars in public improvements to public land so that we can help to drive that change and that long-term vision that's emerging. And so with that, I'm happy to move the staff recommendations with the amendments here. And I thank you all for your support in advance.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Councillor Cressy, TO? No, seeing none. Anyone else to speak, TO?
Yes, Councillor Perks, I just wanted to say a few words.
Go ahead, please.
As it was a couple years ago when we originally put forward the motion to start the process of master planning Exhibition Place, and notwithstanding Councillor Cressy's words about the incredible input and value of the Exhibition Place board, there were some troubling developments that were happening down at the site at that time, and at the core of them was the fact that it was happening very piecemeal, the development of that site. And I know you know, Councillor Perks, that some of it was very concerning. There seemed to be little logic in how the city was undertaking some of the lease arrangements. You know, in my first couple of weeks of being a local councillor for the site, in the first year, let's say, there was about a dozen different lobbyists coming through my office with different proposals, some from the very absurd to some that were really quite reasonable and seemed to fit with a lot of city policies and our goals as a city. But there was no way of properly figuring out, did they fit into the puzzle that was Exhibition Place. And far too often, to be quite honest, it seemed it was who you knew on the board or who you knew in management at Exhibition Place, rather than whether or not your proposal actually fit. And so we undertook to do this master planning exercise. It's gone through, I think, several delays, and I'm happy to see Councillor Cressy bringing it forward and moving on it now, because we don't want to miss the opportunity to have a very good organization of that site as we contemplate and debate what and how that site should function for the city of Toronto, and more specifically the neighborhood that's immediately surrounding it, because it's a city asset, but first and foremost the people that will use it on a daily basis is the surrounding community. So thank you very much, Councillor, for bringing it forward, and I'll support the recommendation and the amendment.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else who wishes to speak. I just simply want to add my thanks to the staff team, also to the community leaders who have fought for, well, as long as I've been on council, to try to balance, to try to find a better balance between the interests of the Exhibition Place Board of Directors as a corporate entity and the wider city agenda. As Councillor Layton pointed out, that balance, it didn't feel right and hasn't felt right for years, but I believe this new plan gives us some real hopes that these grounds can better achieve some of the city building goals that we have and better integrate to the city than we've seen in recent years. So with that, I'll call the vote on Councillor Cressy's motion. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. All right, members, I'm going to suggest we next go to item TE49, construction staging area phase 2, 1 Bloor Street West, Balmuto Street. We had a deputant registered, Allison Spiegel. Allison, are you with us?
Hi.
Hi, Allison. So you're going to have
How are
5 minutes to address us. We're very well. Please go ahead and share your thoughts with us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the committee for allowing me the opportunity to speak on this issue. My name is Allison Spiegel, and I am counsel for Mapro Realty, Inc., who is the owner of the property at 19 Bloor Street West. We have filed 2 submissions with respect to this issue. One is dated July 14th, 2020, and one is dated September 15th, 2020. By way of a brief background, the property is located, the Mapro property, is located on the southeast corner of Bloor and Balmuto. Mizrahi, who is the developer of the one, owns the property at 1 Bloor Street West. That is a full block away from the issue respecting the occupation of Balmuto. There are pictures and diagrams in our submissions that lay out exactly where each of these 2 properties are. Now, Mizrahi is in the process of constructing a mixed-use development on the Mizrahi property. So again, that's at the corner of Bloor and Yonge. At this point, there's been an improperly granted temporary permit. So what in effect happened is that without Mapro's knowledge or consent, Mizrahi sought and obtained a temporary permit to occupy Balmuto. In fact, Mizrahi didn't even approach Mapro and tell them that this was happening. Mapro didn't learn about it until they saw the construction staging area installed on its front doorstep. On July 14th, 2020, Transportation Services granted Clark, who we understand to have been retained as the construction manager on the Mizrahi project, Transportation Services granted Clark a temporary street occupation permit, allowing it to occupy the northbound lanes on Balmuto from mid-July to August 21st. And in effect, Transportation Services has been allowing Mizrahi, and not Clark, to use the portion of Balmuto directly in front of the Mapro building as a construction staging area. They've installed a concrete pump pedestal, and now there are concrete trucks that are idling for hours in front of the Mapro building. And it appears that Transportation Services has extended this permit because they've been occupying it past the August 21st deadline. And again, there are pictures throughout our submissions showing what this actually looks like on the ground for Mapro. Now, there's a number of problems with this temporary permit, and I'll go over 2 of them because they're the most important. Number 1, it was granted contrary to the municipal code because the applicant, in this case Clark, seemingly on behalf of Mizrahi, does not own the lands abutting the occupied portion of Balmuto. Section 743-18B of the code makes it clear that Transportation Services can only grant this type of permit when it's required on behalf of an owner of lands abutting the street that will be occupied. Now here, neither Clark nor Mizrahi own any lands abutting Balmuto. The only lands that they own are a block away. So the improper grant and extension of this temporary permit has caused and is continuing to cause Mapro to suffer significant financial harm. Mapro, as can be seen from the documents or the pictures that we've submitted, is in the process of trying to lease out the building. Now, it's not hard to understand why nobody wants to rent a building that is literally in the middle of a construction zone. So it appears at this point that our short-term tenant is no longer interested in leasing the building, and it appears that we are about to lose our deal with a potential long-term tenant who has been unaffected by COVID-19. So that's problem 1. We have an improperly issued permit. Problem 2 also goes to whether the permit was issued improperly, and it goes to what I believe Toronto should be considering, is that section 743-18C of the municipal code talks about what would happen if you want to occupy a street and the portion that you want to occupy goes further than your property frontage. And there it says you have to go and you have to get your neighbor's consent, and your neighbor has to waive all claims against the city for any losses and damages that may arise directly or indirectly. Well, here there's certainly been no consent sought or obtained, and MAPRO has certainly not waived all claims against the city. Now, in effect, what's happening is they're asking Community Council to close this portion of Balmudo and allow them to continue using it for the next 2 years. I understand that there might be a motion to defer this item. The status quo should not be maintained. It's harmful to MAPRO, and if you are considering deferring it, we ask that the temporary permit be rescinded immediately. And if the city council or the community council is prepared to decide the issue, we ask that you contemplate why the city should be allowing its land to be used in a way that allows Mizrahi to profit at MAPRO's expense. We see no reason why the city shouldn't tell Mizrahi to come and obtain MAPRO's consent. The notion that they should have to compensate MAPRO for the direct harm that they are causing should be considered as nothing more than another construction cost. The city should not be taking on potential liability of allowing its streets to be used in a manner that causes harm to MAPRO. And the whole situation is particularly offensive in light of the fact that the entire construction staging zone is on MAPRO's front door, and not a single person told MAPRO that this was going to happen before it happened. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? No? That was the only deputation I had registered. Are there any questions of staff? No? Councillor Layton, I'll give you the floor.
No, I'll be moving deferral again. We're in consultation with Mizrahi about moving or changes to the proposed construction staging area. I understand too that now Toronto City Legal is involved in providing some advice to transportation to that end. What the deputant didn't mention is the reason why it has not been preferred to put the staging area directly adjacent the Mizrahi site or One Bloor West was that transportation staff thought it would be more dangerous. Putting a staging area that would have concrete trucks exiting or entering off of the intersection of Yonge and Bloor for several years to come wasn't seen as safe for the public, and that's why this location was identified. There was a discussion about whether or not it could actually be put on site beneath the facility, but that would have required trucks backing up through a laneway that also serves the surrounding adjacent buildings. Look, we have had now, I believe, 3, if not 4, public online meetings about this problem with the surrounding neighbors, mostly the residential neighbors that are feeling the brunt of this and feel like this location and the way it's set up is actually causing them significant harm in that they're unable to maneuver around their site. And the reality is we need to pursue, and I've heard many of you say this before, we need to pursue more opportunities and be more forceful in our direction to developers as they bring in applications to find ways of staging on their own site, and particularly when the alternative is so intrusive into the public domain that we can't even find a safe site in front of the building. Now we have to do it 20, 30 meters away. So I'm hopeful that we'll be able to find a suitable alternative in this case, but I do seek the committee's support of a deferral of another month so that those discussions and we can have some advice from staff in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the mover? I don't see any. Are there any other members who wish to speak to this item? I don't see any. So on Councillor Layton's motion to defer, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries.
You could go back to 25 for appointments to business improvement.
Are we ready?
The only other, we were holding 38 for a debt, but there's no sign of the debt.
Sorry.
There's no sign of the debt either on the 38.
So are we, you said 25?
Yeah.
And we're ready on 25? Okay. Members, I'd like to call item TE 18.25, Appointments to Business Improvement Area Boards of Management. I believe that was held by Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Fletcher, are you ready to deal with this item?
Yes, we'll just.
I'll give you the floor then.
Approve this. Yeah, I'm on the floor. Am I on the floor now?
Yes, you are.
I can approve that. There are the changes at the Pape Village BIA, and I will approve that, including the new people.
Okay. Are any questions of the mover? Anyone else to speak to the item? Seeing none. All those in favor of the staff recommendations? Opposed? That carries.
I'm wondering if my 52 is ready yet.
Okay. Item TE 18.38. 63 through 91 Montclair Avenue zoning amendment and rental housing demolition applications preliminary reports. Councillor, are there any questions of staff? Okay. We did have just a moment. We did have deputants signed up, but we've made our best efforts to contact them and have not been successful. So I'm going to give you the floor, Councillor Mappo.
So I have a motion to move forward with the community meeting, and I have an amendment to extend the perimeter for the notice.
Okay. Any questions of the mover? Anyone else wish to speak? I don't see any. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay, next is item TE 18.52. And one second. Traffic safety review, Broadview Avenue at Arundel Avenue, Broadview Avenue at Danforth Avenue, and Broadview Transit Station. Councillor Fletcher, you held this item? The floor is yours.
Yes, and that's where I have a number of motions, Mr. Chair, that you'll see there. Defer that till the 10th of November and have a number of things come back in that report, including...
One moment, Councillor. Just Councillor, I'm sorry to interrupt you. One moment. We're having a little issue here.
Sure, no problem.
Okay, Councillor, we're going to need to stand this one down until after lunch. I think there are some questions back and forth between your staff and the clerk's staff about where we want to land here. Okay, so I'll let you know about that.
Okay.
I'll call the next item.
Thank you. I'll check with my staff too. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're quite welcome. Okay, next I'm gonna, someone's got their mic on and I can hear a phone ringing. Councillor Fletcher, I believe your microphone is live. If you could, Councillor Fletcher? Okay, very good. Okay. I really don't think, yeah. Okay. Sorry, the next item you wanted?
64.
Okay. The small victories of life. Item TE 18.64, introduction of, oh no, we're going to need to go in camera on that. Yeah. No, oh sorry. No, we don't. I'm sorry. I'm mixing two things up. Oh, I need to slow down. Slow down, Gord. Okay. Councillor Bailão, you held the item?
Yeah, I just have a couple quick questions. I understand that residents are going to be given letters of communications, but I didn't quite understand, because you informed our offices that you're alternating the installation. So what can we expect in terms of times for installation?
Do we have someone from staff? Vince, maybe?
Yes, Vince
Hi,
from
Vince.
Transportation here.
Did you hear Councillor Bailão's question?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
And so the councillor is correct that letters will be going out to residents prior to the installation of any permanent parking signs.
And Vince, will our office be notified as those letters are being sent out as well? Is that you'll send us a copy of the letter? So we.
Yes, you're correct. So the way that it's going to work is the installations will start in early December. Prior to the installations, councillors will receive a copy of the letter that will be mailed out to residents of the affected area. So the letters will be distributed to councillors before they're mailed out. A copy of the letter will go to parking enforcement so they're aware of the changes in parking regulations. A grace period will be worked out with parking enforcement to allow more than enough time for people to come in and get their parking permits. The installations will be done rather quickly, so all the signs get installed at the same time. We will essentially roll out the installations every other month, rotating from one ward to another. So from Ward 4 to Ward 9 to Ward 14, the 3 wards that are involved in this project. So this way, installations will happen in all those areas on a consistent basis every other month. The time frame is 18 months for the rollout. We believe we can do it before that 18-month period.
So Vince, one question on that. Will the letters be rolled out as the installations are being rolled out, or I just want to make sure that you're not sending letters 18 months before and then 18 months go by and then the street signs change?
For example, if signs are going to be installed on December the 1st, the letters would be mailed out 3 weeks prior to the installation. Okay?
Just to those streets.
For the letters to arrive, people to do what they need to do if they need permits, the grace period with parking enforcement. So it'll all be timed so no one is caught off guard and everyone is informed.
Okay.
And there won't be any gaps in time.
Okay, thank you. Those were my questions.
Thank you. Are there any other questions on this item? Staff? No? Councillor Bailal, you held it. Do you need to speak to it? No? Okay, I have a motion on this item. I have a motion on this item. Okay, so this just tidies up some of the language to make it clearer.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, I'm having trouble with the microphone. I do have some questions.
Oh, okay. You go ahead. You ask your questions of
Trying to
staff
get
now.
on.
Okay, you have the floor.
That's great, thank you. Number one, you said, Mr. LaFreddy, that people, oh no, I'm upside down, people would be able to come in and get their permits. Can they not get online permits?
Well, when I said come in, what I meant is right now under the working of the permit parking office during this pandemic, it's closed to the public for in-person visits. However, permits currently can be purchased. These are brand new permits where you need to provide documents, etc. So those are being done via email, regular mail, and phone. We have online permits available for temporary permits. That's been in place for years. We are currently working on a program to allow for the public to access these types of regular term permits online. That's coming in the very near future.
So I'm just trying to be clear. People can renew their permits online if they already have a permit.
Correct.
They can get a temporary permit. But if they have a new permit for any of these new streets, they would have to bring their documentation in. Do I have that right?
Well, they wouldn't bring them in. They would be providing them to us. Normally, the way we're working now is by email, sending an email with attachments. The letter that we will provide them.
So when you said they have to come in, that is not correct. They can do it online.
No, it's force of habit on my part.
Thank you. I'm just clarifying. I'm clarifying because not. Number two, can you provide us at the next meeting, regular updates here, the list of streets that would be proceeding and what the rollout would be? I'm sure you must know what that is.
Yes, we do. We do have a plan in place to roll it out, as I mentioned, every other month, primarily one newly designated permit area at a time. So
Yes, but I'm asking
roughly 50
you to please bring this to community council so we are clear on what the plan is.
we can certainly provide a chart with that information.
What streets are starting, and I'd like you, are you going to have conversations with the councilors about where you're starting and what streets ahead of time, or are you simply proceeding? I'm assuming you're going to have a conversation with my office and Councillor Bailao. and Councillor
Exactly, yes.
Okay, and starting something in December when it is tricky anyway with the streets, is that the optimal time to launch this? December? Have you had that conversation with the other section of transportation services as far as street cleaning or changes or anticipating anything? I'm just wondering if you've thought about that.
It's definitely a coordinated effort, and so the permit parking office has been working, for example, with the signs and pavement markings group, for the manufacturing of signs, installation of signs. Most of the streets in question have existing poles, so it'll be fairly simple to attach signs to existing poles. It's been worked out, and I think they have a very good plan in place for rollout.
So I guess because it will only be rolled out in 3 wards, that I'm interested, I don't know about the other councillors, but I'm very interested in understanding your plan, being able to give people quite a bit of lead time, looking at the streets to make sure that they make sense to start with, where there have been a lot
I'm
of
sorry to
issues.
interrupt, Councillor. I'm going to need I'm going to need a motion to extend to allow you to finish your
Well,
question.
I'll move that then, Mr. Chair.
No,
how about
I
move
can't
that
take a motion. Oh, so you're moving to extend? Okay.
Yeah.
I moved that your motion is to extend to allow you to finish your questions, and then we're going to take a break. Some of us have a 12:30 meeting scheduled. Okay. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Councillor Fletcher, please continue.
So I just would like to be sure of that undertaking, that nothing will proceed without that full engagement of my office, and I'm assuming the other councillors are interested in that as well. No surprises.
Correct.
And when would those meetings happen? When you
They would
plan
happen well in advance of any letters being sent out. So essentially, if the rollout is planned for beginning of December, the letters would be sent out 3 weeks prior, and the discussions with the councillor would happen several weeks before that.
Yeah, but you're already deciding on the streets. So I think what I'm going to ask is that this come back next meeting with a list of which streets are starting, so we can approve that. Because the way that it's now been outlined, and I can speak about this after lunch, I can speak about this now, Mr. Chair. I do have a meeting with buildings and MLS about.
Can I ask if your questions are finished?
Right at 1:30.
Can I ask if your questions of staff are finished?
I would just
I'm asking you a
ask Mr.
question,
Reddy.
Councillor. Are your questions of staff finished?
My question to you was, would you like me to speak now or later?
No, we extended the meeting only to accommodate
That's fine.
your
My
questions.
questions are finished. I'll move a
Thank you.
motion later, but I'm letting you know, Mr. Chair, thank you for your indulgence.
Yes.
That I won't be at the meeting right at 1:30, so if you could wait till I get back on.
If you could alert me by text or some other means as to when you will be rejoining us, I'll make sure that
I'll
we
be
handle that
back by
item then.
2 o'clock for sure.
Thank
I'll
you
be
so
back by
much.
2. Thank you.
Okay, members, we're adjourned until 1:30. Okay, if you want to count us in. We're good? We're live? Okay. Okay, so I call the meeting back to order. Members, before we broke, we were in questions on the item having to do with parking. Councillor Fletcher had asked before we broke that we hold this down until 2 o'clock when she's able to rejoin us. I also want you to note that Councillor Cressy got called into a surprise meeting on a public health matter, and I'm not sure exactly when he's going to be able to rejoin us. So what I'm going to propose we do now is go to the 1:30 timed statutory items. The first is TE 18.23, which is the refusal of a Boulevard Cafe permit application located at 2261 Queen Street East, Hammersmith Avenue flankage. I have no deputants listed for this item. Councillor Bradford, the floor is yours.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. I have a motion I'd like to move to permit the patio with conditions. This has been deferred a number of times here at this community council. We had not had a chance to speak with residents about this. I went out to Hammersmith on Monday and talked to a lot of folks on the street, and there was overwhelming support for the patio. It's been there for a long time, previously a different establishment, now a Pizziolo. So patios are pretty important these days, and the motion here is to permit the patio as it exists today.
Okay. Are there any questions of the mover? I don't see any. All right. Any other speakers? I don't see any. So on Councillor Bradford's motion, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Next, item TE 18.24, request for a fence exemption at 24 Cuthbert Crescent. I do have a deputant listed there, Ainsley Higgins. Ainsley, can you hear us? Are you with us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Absolutely. So Ainsley, I'm going to give you 5 minutes to address the committee. Please start.
Oh, thank you. I actually am just here in case there were any questions related to the matter. Otherwise, I don't think I have anything further to add at this stage.
Are there any questions of the deputant? I don't see any. Any questions of staff? I don't see any. Councillor Matlow, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to support the exemption.
Any questions of the mover? Seeing none. Anyone else to speak? Seeing none. On Councillor Matlow's motion, all those in favor, opposed, carried. So I'm not sure where that puts us next.
Well, there's we're still holding down 52 for Councillor Fletcher. That right? So there's 69 has been held.
Okay. Councillor Layton, are we ready to deal with TE 18.69, traffic calming speed humps on Lippincott?
We are, yes. I quickly, though, I have a question of staff.
Okay, so
on the item, but it will be quick.
So we'll go there and we'll start with questions of staff. Councillor Layton?
Yes, thank you very much. The question's actually to the clerk. Are we currently polling for speed humps at the city?
Okay, we're just going to get the appropriate staff member for you.
My manager, Jen Forks.
Hi there, this is Jennifer Forks from the City Clerk's Office.
Okay.
Thank you, Jennifer. Hi.
Go ahead.
Hi. Yes, the City Clerk's Office resumed its polling activities at the beginning of August.
But for things like speed humps as well?
That's correct. We are working our way through the queue of requests that have been submitted to us by various divisions.
Okay, thank you very much.
May I ask you a question? Councillor Layton, just so you know.
Sorry, Councillor Matlow, Councillor Matlow. We're on questions of staff. Does anyone else have questions of staff?
I do, yeah.
Okay, please, go ahead.
I just wanted to know that it's not it's related, but given that there was such a delay, and given that our community is expected when we support them and we approve speed humps, that they come within a reasonable time frame. The clerk said that that polling is resumed. May I ask you, is there any significant delays? If so, can you give us a better idea of what that time frame might be? And if there are delays, are there steps that we can do as a community council today to try to assist staff in being able to expedite the implementation of humps?
Thank you, Councillor Matlow, for the question. Currently, we resumed our, as I said before, we resumed our polling services at the beginning of August. We currently have 42 polls that are in the queue, so we are working our way through those. Our normal service standards before there was such a backlog would have been 30 days, but obviously there is some additional time required now as we clear the queue before we start getting to the new requests that we've received from Community Council and from Council to continue with polling.
So what does that mean? Like, as far as time?
Unfortunately, Councillor, I can't give you a good estimate of time. We are working through the queue as we can.
Respectfully, the answer is important to me simply because if it was simply just a minor delay, then perhaps we wouldn't have to take any action. If it's an extensive delay, then that is incredibly impactful to the communities. And I can assure you that each of the councillors you see before you will be the ones who get the angry phone calls and emails. So we want to understand, perhaps you can consult with transportation staff, but I just want to have a realistic understanding of it.
So, Councillor, to the best of my understanding, and I apologize, it's not my area of control, but I understand that in order to clear the current queue that we have, we're estimating it will probably be about 2 months, and then we'll be getting to the next. But please don't hold me to that timeline, since it's not something I have direct knowledge of. But we are doing our best to get through the requests that are currently in the queue.
And then lastly, if we're talking about months rather than weeks, and maybe it's 2 months, maybe it's more, and you acknowledge that you're just guesstimating, are there steps that we can take today that would be helpful in a motion from any of us to be able to help, just get things back on track?
I appreciate the effort to help. Unfortunately, I don't know necessarily that it's something that Community Council can take action on today, but I will endeavor to consult with my colleagues on it, and we'll advise if there is something that we can request of you all to help us move forward with it.
If you could consult with your colleagues, and if there's something, and if we get an answer before the conclusion of this meeting, I'd be very grateful.
I will do my best, Councillor.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Bailão, you had questions.
Yes. Remind me again, do councillors get notification when the poll goes out?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Bailão. I do believe that councillors are notified when the polls do go out.
Could you confirm? Could you confirm? Because if not, I think that given the delay, I think it would be helpful for us councillors, at least especially in this moment in time, to get a notification as these things are going out.
I'm consulting, Councillor, with colleagues exactly as we speak, and I've been told that yes, councillors' offices are notified when the polls go out.
Perfect.
Okay. Councillor Bradford?
Thanks very much. Given the 2-month or longer delay, I'm just wondering, when we came back online in August, did the polling unit come up with a strategy or a plan, or was that discussed on how to expedite the backlog and catch up, or is it just sort of work through it as we can work through it? Was there any conversation about mobilizing resources or bringing more folks on, or seconding someone from somewhere to help clear that backlog? Or was it just kind of like, let's catch up as we can catch up?
So, Councillor, at the moment, we are working with the staff who are currently allocated to the function. However, we have been reviewing how we can best reallocate some additional resources going forward, given the backlog that is in the queue.
If I could just offer something here to the members. The item in front of us deals with a specific site, and it would be a little bit clumsy given that we've given staff no advance warning that we wanted to discuss the broader issue. So I will undertake as the chair to communicate to the clerks the concerns that were raised through the question period here today, and see if we can get advice out to the members of Toronto East York Community Council on the status of polling, expected timelines, and the issue of resources, whether they're available or could be made available. And I'll communicate with all of you as soon as I can on that. Okay? I
appreciate that.
All right. Are there any questions, any further questions on this item? No? To speak then, I believe this is Councillor Layton.
Yes, I have a motion to delete the word "not" and to move ahead with the installation of the speed humps on Lippincott between College and Ulster. I'm doing this at this pace for two reasons. One, I know there is a significant delay in the polling, and it's something that's just been brought to our attention. But in this particular instance, it's in front of a school. We've also done significant outreach to the school community, the residents association as a whole, and the residents on the street. And so far, all we have received is positive feedback to move ahead as fast as we can on this. And so I'm comfortable at this stage on this project moving ahead because that work has been done. So we hope that I hope that I can have your support and we can slow down this road in front of King Eddie. If you'll remember, there was a publicized vehicle, an accident in front of the school where a driver took their vehicle actually onto the school yard because they failed to stop at a stop sign and were traveling too quickly. So I hope I can avoid that in the future by slowing them down.
All right. Any questions of the mover? Seeing none. Anyone else wish to speak to this item? Seeing none. On the item, all those in favor of Councillor Layton's motion? Opposed, if any? That carries. The next item that I'd propose we deal with is TE 18.77. This was a new piece of business from Councillor Bailão having to do with speed humps at Rosethorn Avenue between Rogers Road and Rockwell Avenue. Are there any questions of staff?
The questions I had were related to the polling. Now that it's clarified, I can move ahead and approve.
So I'll give you the floor.
I'd like to approve the recommendations in the letter.
Any questions of the mover? Anyone else wish to speak to the item? Seeing none. All those in favor, opposed, carried. I see Councillor Fletcher is back with us now. Councillor Fletcher, are you prepared to deal with 1852, the traffic safety review at Broadview and Arundel? I'm sorry, I can't hear you, Councillor. Your microphone is muted. It's really weird that your hand is right in the camera, but there we go.
There we go. I'm sorry about that. I'm having trouble. Anyway, never mind. I said, thanks to our fantastic clerk, she has polished that up so it's very shiny and bright and perfect. And now I have a motion that I can put before you for the Broadview-Danforth intersection and the Arundel intersection. I'm sure it's going up on the screen now, though I don't have that screen. There we go. Also, I think since transportation staff started this report, we now have Destination Danforth, and we do have to have this looked at from that point of view. We have the new 90-foot streetcars backed up into the intersection. Need to look at how to solve that one. And there have been 176 accidents over the last number of years at that intersection. I would like to know the number of cyclist accidents that have happened right in that intersection as well. So this is a great start to one intersection that I think staff say is operating way over its optimal capacity. There's 23,000 cars a day are going through there. And now we have some changes to the street. So I'm really appreciative of the work that's been taken on here to start this. And I think we can really get to a good place if we advance this and have a few more people discuss it, look at ways to slow everything down and make it much safer for everybody and without frustrating too many people. So thanks very much, Mr. Chair. They're now in front of the committee.
Thank you. And you should note a gentle round of applause broke out when you complimented the clerk's staff. So,
oh, there you go.
Are there any questions of the mover? Does anyone else wish to speak to this item? Seeing none, on Councillor Fletcher's motion, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Councillor Fletcher, are you ready to deal with TE 18.64, the overnight on-street parking permit issue?
Yes, if I did send a motion to the clerk, very simple, that the 3 councillors involved would be given the full details of the rollout so we could review it, know the streets, etc. By October the 16th, I had the date in there. So I think that would just move things along. It would keep us involved and in the loop and be able to give our good advice because we know our community so well, Mr. Chair.
Very good. Councillor Fletcher, can I ask you a question? There is one piece of uncertainty. We have 2 items in front of us. There's the item for the streets that are delegated to Community Council authority, and then there's the item for the streets that are City Council responsibility and that we consider and send recommendations to them. Do you want this same motion?
I would like to have that for both, Mr. Chair.
That's what I thought. I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you. No, I really appreciate you clarifying that. Thank you.
Okay. So with the motion on items 64, which is to direct the staff to inform the 3 local councillors by, what was the date, Councillor Fletcher?
I believe
October 16th?
and clerk can correct me if I'm wrong, October 16th, yeah.
Okay. So we'll take that amendment together with the rest of the, oh, did I have an amendment on this part? Or is mine on? You do. Yeah, okay. So I want to speak on this as well. I have an amendment as well, which is just to clarify a couple of very specific technical changes to, I believe it's 2 streets, just to clarify them there. You can see that motion. And I really do want to congratulate members of the community, the 3 councillors involved and city staff. This item, I think we've been struggling with now for 4 years to try to polish it up and get it right, and it has not been an easy road, but I think we've made real strides towards bringing the permit parking system within the Toronto East York Community Council to a more coherent and fair system right across the Community Council district. It hasn't been easy, but we've managed to accomplish it, and I just think that's great. So I'm going to suggest we take my motion, Councillor Fletcher's motion, and the staff report all as one item. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Moving to TE 18.65, Councillor Fletcher, if you can put your motion.
Oh. Yes, I'll move the same motion again, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Do you have any further remarks?
No, just, I will just say that the computer I'm on at East York, I don't have sound on the desktop, so I have to use my phone, so I apologize for the comings and goings and the droppings. But that's my only comment.
You're doing a remarkable job in very trying circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you. As we all are. Thank you for your chairing, Mr. It's not easy. You're getting really good at it.
One day I'll get it down right. And I don't believe we had any other members who had motions or wanted to speak on this item. No? Okay, so we'll take Councillor Fletcher's motion and the item together as a package. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay. There's the in-camera item and then the two. We haven't done 84 or 90.
And we need to add 90.
Okay. So first we'll do item number TE 18.84, traffic calming speed humps Cottingham between Avenue Road and Gange Avenue. I have no deputants listed for this item. Councillor Matlow, this is a letter you sent to committee. The floor is yours.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm going to move in favor, obviously, of the item. I held it admittedly as an excuse to ask the very questions that I did on Councillor Layden's item. And I look forward to the information that you've requested, Mr. Chair, so thank you.
Okay. No questions of the mover, no one else to speak. All those in favor of the recommendations in Councillor Matlow's letter? Opposed? That carries. I need a motion now to introduce TE 18.90. It's a piece of correspondence from Councillor Bailao having to do with traffic calming speed humps at Roundtree between Old Weston Road and Prescott Avenue. Councillor Bailao moves to introduce. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Councillor Bailao, the floor is yours.
Just move the recommendations in the letter. Thank you.
So on the recommendations in the letter, all those in favor, opposed, carried. All right, members, I believe that takes us to TE 18.43, legal implications that may arise from refusal of construction staging area permits. Oh, sorry, hang on a moment. I've made another mistake.
There's a new item.
Oh, that's...
Did you get any?
Sorry, yes, Councillor Wong Tam. It escaped my memory.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would ask the committee members help me in reopening item TE 18.6. The address is 176 to 178 Front Street East and 33 Sherburne Street. Zoning amendment application final report. The staff provided me with an amendment that I should have moved and I did not, and that was my error.
All those in favor of reopening the item? Opposed? That carries. So it's now in front of us. Councillor Wong Tam, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And if the clerk can please put the motion onto the screen.
We're just working on that right now.
Okay. While they prepare the motion, I'll just quickly describe it. We talked about trying to provide and build a better front street, which means that we have to make it much more pedestrian friendly, give opportunities for better street animation. What this particular motion will do is to simply direct staff to initiate that work to carry out the study on how that can happen, with a report back date of the third quarter of 2021. All of this would then be paid for by that specific application that's before you, and that would include the cost to study as well as the cost to construct. And the applicant has agreed.
Very good. Are there any questions of the mover? No? Does anyone else wish to speak to the item? I just need my screen. No? All those in favor of this motion and readopting all the previous motions? All those opposed? That carries. Okay. So, members, we now come to TE 18.43, the legal implications that may arise from refusal of construction staging area permits. We did have a request.
What happened? Was it a shelter client?
Oh dear, hang on, I've made another error. Very good. So,
Josh, your microphone is on.
Thank you.
So, okay, I've been informed by the clerk that earlier in the day, we dealt with TE 18.38. we had in front of us TE 18.38, but there were deputants and we were unable to get them at the time. So I don't have the names of the deputants handy. Oh, wait, I do. Okay. So the item is 63 to 91 Montclair Avenue zoning amendment and rental housing demolition applications preliminary report. I have 3 deputants listed. Shalom Schachter. Oh, only the second 2 are here? Okay. Marcia Gilbert. Are you with us, Marcia?
Yes, I am. I'm here.
Welcome, Marcia. You have 5 minutes to address the committee. Oh, I'm sorry. I have to do this a different way. Can I have a motion to reopen the item? All those in favor?
Yes,
Councillor Matlow, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Marcia, sorry to do that to you. You have the floor now. You have 5 minutes to address the committee.
Thank you very much, and thanks for giving me, the South Forest Hill Residents Association the time. I am sorry and sort of disappointed that we missed hearing the discussion in the morning, so I'm not sure if the motion has gone through. Has it passed or not?
We will be considering the item afresh after your deputations.
Excellent. Thank you ever so much. So we did send in a written submission. I'm just going to basically read it so that it goes on file. And then if there are any questions to the South Forest Hill Residents Association, we would certainly welcome answering those questions. I think that my colleague, Judy Newman, is another person that's on, is here to speak, and we are presenting together in separate places given COVID. We couldn't be in the same room at the same time. So if you want, you could put her microphone on at the same time as me. The letter that we sent in states clearly that we write on behalf of the South Forest Hill Residents Association. The SFHRA is a registered organization representing 600 plus members. We work with members of the local community, our city councillor and council staff, to enhance the Forest Hill neighborhood and by extension, help make Toronto a more vibrant and sustainable city. One of our recent successes was our collaboration with the city councillor and staff to achieve a negotiated agreement with the developer at 390-398 Spadina on the northwest corner of Spadina and Montclair. Today we write, and today we're speaking about the proposed redevelopment of 63 to 91 Montclair Avenue for a 2-tower residential project with basically a mid-rise building attached to it. Community concern with the proposed development is significant. Hundreds of new members have joined the SFHRA since our efforts regarding 390-398 Spadina. I'd also like to go on record that we did hold a members meeting via Zoom. We had a maximum capacity of 100 windows, and we were full for the conversation. While we recognize the need for additional housing in the city generally, we are concerned that the redevelopment as proposed is insensitive to the surrounding neighborhood area. In concert with the planner, the SFHRA has identified height, density, and public realm matters, amongst others. We are committed to working with the councillors, staff, and the developer to seek a development solution that makes the best planning sense for the area. Part of that is also seeking an outcome that will avoid increasing the safety concerns that already exist, which will protect the environment, including preserving most, if not all, of the existing trees that are slated for destruction in the current proposal. Our councillor, Josh Matlow, who's here today, has already gone on record opposing the project as it now stands, and you can see a copy of that online, and we included the link to it. The SFHRA project with Councillor Matlow, and as stated earlier, we look forward to working with him and the other stakeholders to achieve a good planning solution for the site. We ask that no action be taken in respect of the application to approve the demolition of the rental units until after a decision has been made with respect to the entire project. The demolition of the houses could lead to a protracted empty land condition. It could become a site for dumping refuse. We also ask that nothing be decided about the trees until after a decision about the entire project is made. And so thank you for your consideration in this matter. This is from on behalf of the South Forest Hill Residents Association. Please note that the proposed condominiums that are being built are not low-income housing, nor are they low-cost condominiums. So that is something to keep in mind when considering this proposal.
Thank you, Marcia. We lost a couple of words in there, but I'm pretty sure we all got the main sense of your arguments. Are there any questions for the deputants? Seeing none, or the deputant, seeing none. Thank you very much, Marcia. I'm going to move now to Judy Newman. Judy, are you with us? Judy, the technical staff here tell me that you need to connect your microphone. Make sure that you're unmuted and your microphone's connected. No? I'm very sorry, Judy. We've been unable to get any audio from you. I understand it's because you're not connected at your end. We are going to have to continue the meeting, though, and move along and bring the item into the committee for consideration. Are there any questions of staff at this point?
Yes.
Councillor Matlow, the floor is yours.
To you, Mr. Chair. If this recommendation moves forward, can you just clarify, is this a typical preliminary report approval so that we hold the public meeting, or will it also allow for demolition of the houses before any approvals of any kind are met?
Do we have someone from planning staff to answer the question? I'm not even sure who the planner on this file is. Councillor, do you recall who the planner on this file is?
The planner is SIPO.
Are you with us? Perhaps Linda McDonald, are you with us? Okay, Councillor Matlow, what appears to have happened is because the staff thought that we had dealt with this item and we're having to reopen it, they seem to have moved along. If getting your questions answered is urgent, I can suggest we put this to the end of the meeting. We do have one camera item to go to, or if you think you can deal with it without staff present, we can do it now.
No, I think it's important, given the concerns raised by the residents.
All right, I'll ask the clerk to see if we can locate city staff who can deal with this item. Please be aware that we're going to have to deal with it when we come back out of camera after the next item. Okay?
I'm good for the meeting.
All right, so we're going to stand this down to see if we can locate some staff to answer questions, which takes us finally to TE 18.43, the legal implications that may arise from refusal of construction staging area permits. And this is relevant to all wards. Councillor Layton, I understand you had some questions, so we're going to move a motion in your name to go into camera. We can have that.
Thank you.
Okay.
The Toronto and East York Community Council recess its public session to meet in closed session to consider the item as it relates to receiving advice that's subject to solicitor-client privilege.
All right, good. So we'll just take a moment to allow staff to bring us into a closed session meeting. No, I think Mike, you held this, so you get first crack.
You know what? Are we back in session now?
We're live now? Okay. So first, I guess to follow correct process, are there any public questions of staff on this item? I don't see any. Councillor Layton, you held the item?
Yeah, just very briefly, it's unfortunate, but I think necessary that much of the substance of the confidential attachment remain confidential, but I don't think that precludes us from speaking in generalities to the challenges of, under our current bylaw, putting in greater restrictions on road and lane occupancy that have the effect of disproportionately hurting one developer over another. That being said, I think that we still have a major duty as a city and as a city government to ensure the safety of our constituents over the financial benefit of developers. Now, I'm not here to say that sometimes it may be necessary or helpful or in the public interest to allow for roadway occupancy. We had a great example on Bathurst Street where the developer made a compelling case to allow for a second occupancy, an occupancy on Bathurst, which we normally wouldn't consider because of a transit route, in order for them to stay off of Bloor Street and out of the bike lane, as well as to speed up the construction by 2 years, which the community by and large thought was a benefit to the public in that case, and therefore we approved that additional closure. So I think there may be instances where it still remains necessary, but I'm far more convinced now that we need to look at our city's bylaws and determine whether or not they're sufficient in the way that they prioritize the public safety and public health in light of what we understand now about physical distancing in our public spaces, as well as the public good that is lost, or the impact to the public infrastructure when we have long-term road occupancies, rather than developers dealing with the building of their own buildings on their own site. So thank you very much to staff for pulling this together quickly. And I look forward to the upcoming report to IEC in the coming months on this matter.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow.
Thank you. So as you know, this has been a priority that I, along with many others on this committee, have had for a long time, because I want to echo what Councillor Layton said. It's not about sort of, one extreme or the other. There are contexts where it makes sense and it expedites things and it's reasonable. And then there are many others where it's just so obvious that the developer came in with this sort of like just assumption that they should be able to get whatever they want. And they kind of have this power dynamic where they kind of come in and just say, well, we need to build this and we need to make a lot of money, and council needs to give us whatever we assume we should have. And you're going to have to make it work, rather than them having to sort of work with the fact that this is actually public land. It belongs to the people of Toronto, and they're just trying to make a lot of money. And like, it's just not reasonable. It's not fair. And the consequences of that behavior is that we've had experiences where, and Yonge and Eglinton is one of the areas where there really have been unsafe conditions. This can, occupy sidewalks. These staging areas can occupy road lanes, which is a major significant factor in the congestion that we experience in our city, certainly during normal times. And often when it impedes bike lanes, it means that bicyclists are having to jet out into a live lane of car traffic. So it's just not reasonable. And I'm not suggesting that we will always say no. What I'm suggesting is that we should have the right to, as the representatives of the people of Toronto. And it is just, I've heard for years, by the way, every time I've asked this question, that they'll and I speak outside of anything that was written in confidence. I just mean this is anecdotally, this is what I've heard for years, that they'll always take you to court. They'll always take you to court. There's no way you can stop them. You know, there's just no way. And I believe, if I sort of look at my colleagues correctly, they've probably been told similar things. So I really appreciate understanding that there may be a path. I look forward to learning more about the path that has been suggested. I'm not suggesting that that path will not have some challenges along the way, but it's worth pursuing so that we finally have at least some ability to be able to control our own right-of-way in a far more effective way than the tools that have been shared in our toolbox up until now. So I want to thank staff very much for their advice on this. And I appreciate your support as well. And I look forward to hopefully working with all of you to make some significant reforms so that we can better manage our right-of-way and protect the safety, the well-being, and the rights of the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members who wish to speak to the item? Councillor Wong-Tam.
Yes, thank you. Kelly, I want to say thank you to you and the city solicitor team for providing us this update, but also for the advice. I wanted to just say that I've also tried to follow up on this pending report that's going to the Infrastructure and the Environment Committee. It was supposed to come back in the second quarter of 2020, recognizing that the pandemic has probably shifted a number of pending staff reports and delayed them. But I think that this particular matter with respect to road occupancies by developers is of such keen interest to all members of Toronto East Shore Community Council that we should all do the very best we can to track this item, but also to activate the network of constituents and affected stakeholders and business owners, because the number of times that we have received communication from constituents about the impediments to their safe travel because the roads and sidewalks have been removed for 2 or 3 years, and sometimes 4 or 5 because of construction impacts, I think is quite alarming. And I think that it would be very helpful to have those same voices that contact us then appear before the Infrastructure and the Environment Committee, as that committee then makes a decision based on the advice that they've been provided in that report. And as soon as that is available, I think we should share that with our constituents, distribute as widely as we can, but also get them to engage through that public process, because I think if there is an opportunity for us to amend that bylaw and to ensure that we can rebalance how the roads are used, meaning for the vulnerable road users and for the vulnerable people who are on the sidewalks, centering the values and the outcomes of public safety, then we should do that. And as we all know, opportunities to amend bylaws don't come around every day. And we need to be able to demonstrate that there is broad community support for this bylaw amendment, whatever form it comes in and however it's going to be shaped by the committee. But also that sends a very clear message to the development sector that should they appeal this bylaw, that they will also be met with a voice, organized voice from the community, because oftentimes once through the appeal process, once the bylaw is in a city council, city legal to go defend the bylaws. And by that time, the community has lost interest, or perhaps they're just too busy. And it becomes mired in the process of judicial legal wrangling. And people don't have a clear pathway to understand what has happened to the bylaw will have a direct impact to what will then happen to them in their neighborhood and on their streets. So that's something that we should take on as the elected representatives of these neighborhoods. And I look forward to working with City Legal as well as the transportation staff on that outcome, but also with all of you to make sure that our communities are fully informed and ready to act when that time comes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other members at this point? No? I might add a thought. I think something Councillor Matlow said really struck a nerve with, or sounded right to me, which is to describe the situation here as a power imbalance. Fundamentally, what happens with these road occupations is a private company takes their wealth and uses their wealth to increase their wealth by pushing the rest of us off of a public asset. And anytime there's a circumstance like that, it's worth the government standing up and making sure that the people who have other needs for that public asset, traveling the city, taking a stroll, catching the air, riding their bike, whatever, that their voices be heard first and foremost. And I'm delighted to be on a community council with so many people who are aware of that and have been doing such good work to try to, as Councillor Matlow talked about, rebalance that power dynamic. So I look forward, as others have expressed, to an opportunity to really tackle this issue in more depth. There were no motions. There's just a recommendation from staff. Oh, Councillor Cressy's back. You missed all the fun. If we can just, I'll just move the staff recommendations. All those in favour, opposed, that carries. So that leaves us with two more tasks. The first is that we were partway through dealing with TE 18.38, 63 through 91 Montclair Avenue, zoning amendment application and rental housing demolition applications, preliminary report. I understand Councillor Matlow had some questions. I understand the necessary city staff are present now. I see Linda McDonald listed there. Councillor Matlow, could you re-ask your question, please?
I appreciate that. Through you, Mr. Chair, to our planning staff, obviously I've read the recommendation, which allows me to move a motion to move forward with a public meeting. But in the subject matter, it refers to demolition. And there was a question, rather a comment made by Marcy Gilbert, requesting that no demolition of the houses be supported yet, so that it doesn't become just sort of this vacant property while we're waiting for whatever will be determined later. So I just wanted to verify and confirm that by moving this would not allow, this is in no way does this support any demolition, and can you confirm that demolition wouldn't be considered until, until later in the process, or obviously contextually what, considering what might happen later.
So it's Linda here. I'm going to defer to Spiegel and Oren on the file so that they can provide any details they have. We may have to check with building staff also on this matter, just in terms of how they consider demolition permits.
This is Oren Tamir speaking. Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. You're very clear.
Excellent. So thank you for the question. Through you, Mr. Chair, there is no permission to demolish these residential homes at this point. This report doesn't deal with that subject at all. In the City of Toronto, it's protected under the Planning Act, Section 33, that these residential homes cannot be demolished until there's a replacement building permit to replace those buildings in place. So not until a new development is approved or there's a building permit that's been issued to replace those residential homes, they cannot demolish. They can make an application to come back to the committee to make that request, but that's not before us today.
May I ask, given how sensitive and important these discussions are with our communities, the name, zoning amendment, rental housing demolition application. I've seen this before, and I've actually thought this before, and the concern raised by Ms. Gilbert, I think, it raises a fair point. Could there be consideration by staff to perhaps make the names of these things more reflective of the reality of what we're considering so that it might mitigate any confusion? The word demolition can be suggestive.
I'm happy to take that back to our team.
I appreciate that. I've come across this a few other times where people have come to stop a demolition because they've seen that in the name without knowing the full detail of the recommendation. So I appreciate that. Okay, so with that, back to you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much to staff.
Okay, are there other questions for staff on this item? No? Seeing none, Councillor Matlow, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I have an amendment to extend the notification area. I move this because I want to ensure that as many people in Forestville Village as possible can be made aware of the meeting that we're going to hold. Again, just to reiterate and to be clear, what I am moving is to support having a community meeting with planning staff to be able to ensure that the community is both aware and have an opportunity to ask questions and opine on the proposal. This development proposal has, in the midst of a pandemic, when people are feeling a lot of pressure about a lot of things for understandable reasons, has really even increased anxiety in the neighborhood, given the impact that people are understandably, concerned about in the neighborhood. This is a small dead-end street in Forestville Village, and unfortunately, it's considered part of an apartment neighborhood, and so there are larger buildings in the wider apartment neighborhood. That being said, though, the context of this small dead-end street is very different than some of the neighboring streets in the wider area. And we are working very closely with our planning staff and transportation staff to focus right in on the specific concerns that need to be addressed by the community. And I'm working closely with the community to make sure that those concerns are raised, questions are answered, and to demand that this development be more fitting with the context of the street. So I look forward to the community meeting, and I appreciate all of your support as we move forward. Thank you.
All right. Are there any questions of the mover? I don't see any. Does anyone else wish to speak? No? I note that Councillor Layton has had to leave the meeting for a childcare obligation or a child pickup obligation. With that, on Councillor Matlow's motion, all those in favour, opposed, carried. We have one additional piece of new business to introduce. 91. Item 91. I'm afraid I don't have the title. Could you put the title of the item up? Stick around, because after this we have to do bills as well, guys. And we don't want to do them wrong, because then we're going to have a special bills meeting again. Okay. Implementation of permit parking on Sousa Mendes Street between Ruskin and Wallace Avenue. All those in favor of introduction? Opposed? That carries. Councillor Bailão, you have the floor.
Move the recommendations in the letter.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, so that completes our business. Give you a second while we organize the bills. All right. I think Councillor Cressy has to move the bills because he spent an awful lot of the meeting doing other things. They were important things, but he spent a lot of time doing them.
Sudoku. A lot of Sudoku.
Yeah. Just give us a second. We'll post it and you can read the motions. Councillor Cressy, the floor is yours.
That the Toronto and East York Community Council pass and declare as bylaws Bill 689 to 699, 702 to 703, 706 to 710, and 718 to 735, prepared for the September 16th, 2020 meeting 18 of Community Council.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. And one more.
That the Toronto and East York Community Council pass and declare as a bylaw a confirmatory bill to confirm the legislative proceedings of the Toronto and East York Community Council acting under delegated authority at meeting 18 on September the 16th, 2020.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Members, that completes our business. Thank you all so much for your help. Thanks also to the city staff who did it. I know that I made a few errors today and I apologize, but remember, it's not that the bear can sing well, it's that the bear can sing at all. Have a great evening. Bye-bye now.